is this letter referring to?
Can you repeat the question?
Whose position in the liquor board is this letter referring to?
Mr. Speaker, it is referring to the same position I was holding and the one that I'm holding.
Position that you are occupying?
Yes.
Thank you. And you will also confirm that from the ruling on page 416, or rather the order on page 416
and 15
of volume 2, volume 2, the Assembly's document.
416?
Yes. Are you there?
I'm there.
Who are the petitioners or the claimants?
The petitioners are Joseph Beria, Paul Mwaki Arimi, Dr. John Toiti, Kenneth Kimathi Mbaye.
And which one are you among those ones?
I'm Paul Mwaki Arimi.
Thank you. I will then take you to still that order that is on page 416, where on that order does it talk about salaries? Does it talk about payment of your salary?
It doesn't talk about salaries, Mr. Speaker.
So the order that came out on, or that is dated 7th October 2022 does not talk about salaries?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And let's go to the contempt of court ruling and order that is now coming in a year later. Let us go straight to the order. And that is on
page 440.
Yes, page 440. This order is coming in respect, this contempt of court order is coming in respect of which previous order?
It's coming in respect to the order of 7th October of 2022.
That is at paragraph 4. Thank you. The order on page 440, you're still there,
Yes.
at paragraph 5. Can you read the first line?
That the respondent be cited for contempt of court and be committed to a civil jail for a term of 6 months until they purge the contempt and comply with the orders of this honorable court issued on the 7th of October, the year 2022.
Can you confirm that it refers to the respondents, plural?
Yes, I do.
And who are the respondents on that order, as you can see it?
County Secretary, County Government of Meru, Meru County Public Service Board, and the Governor, County Government of Meru.
So you confirm that there is a conviction against the Governor, County Government of Meru, based on that order?
I do.
I will again take you to the ruling, page 437 of volume 2.
Yes, I'm there.
437 of volume 2.
Yes, please.
At the bottom, the sentence that is starting with however. Can you please read and then read on the next page?
However, before passing sentence against the respondents are invited to attend this court through the County Secretary, Mr. Rufus Miriti, or his successor in title, to show cause why the court should not punish them for disobeying the court orders issued on 7th of October 2022.
So it is your testimony that the respondents are invited through the County Secretary, or rather the County Secretary is invited on behalf of all the respondents?
Yes, I confirm that.
And on paragraph 37, subparagraph A, that is on page 438 still.
Yes.
Does it say, what does it say? Paragraph A, just the first sentence?
That the respondents are hereby cited for contempt of this court. This court's orders issued on 7th October 2022 by failing to allow the applicants back to their offices.
Thank you. So you will confirm that this ruling, these orders issued by the court through and through refers to all the respondents in that application for contempt of court.
Yes, I confirm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is my exam.
Now, honorable senators, you have an opportunity to seek for clarification either from the witness or the counsel for the witness. That is the counsel for the county assembly. Or you may ask questions to the witness. Senator Sigei.
Thank you, Mr.
Your
Speaker.
questions should be direct to the point. Don't give
yes, it
speeches.
is. I want to seek clarification from Mr. Witness or his counsel with regards to the establishment of the entity called Meru Alcoholic Control Board with regards to two things. One, paragraph 1 of your affidavit make reference to a semi-autonomous entity, and the allegation make reference to non-reference to the board. I'd like to know whether the board is a statutory organ or it is what you have referred to as a semi-autonomous entity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The board is established through a County Assembly Act of 2014. So in that case, we can say it is backed by law.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the witness in relation to page, just the court order just refers to, in page number, the court order relating to, by Justice Jage. I want to ask, there are quite a number of parties. There are 4 parties and 3 parties ending with the county governor. Was this court order specifically ordered against the governor of Meru, or it was ordered for all the parties appearing there, including the county secretary?
It was ordered for all of them.
Senator Mwangaza.
Mr. Speaker, Rule 23 of the third schedule of our standing orders allows me to ask questions to the counsel. So this is not to the witness, Mr. Speaker. It's just a clarification. Mr. Speaker, Counsel Thiankolu gave an allegory where he talked about the monarch of Russia, and he said that Nicholas I, before he passed the execution, he asked the person who was bringing the order whether the convicted person said anything. Mr. Speaker, he seemed to suggest, and I want a clarification from him, because that fellow said that in Russia, it seems that they can't do even the ropes properly, suggesting that they can't do anything properly. And then he juxtaposed that allegory to the trial that was conducted by the Senate here. Mr. Speaker, I was listening carefully. I want him to clarify, did he mean that the Senate was behaving like Russia? It couldn't do a proper job. It couldn't do a rope. Mr. Speaker, can he clarify? Because we didn't take it very kindly.
Counsel.
Mr. Speaker, what I meant in that allegory was that Kondraty Rylev, having miraculously escaped execution, would have saved his life by stopping the very acts that had condemned him to death in the first place, which was subversive utterances against the monarch. And what I meant is that the Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, having survived the first impeachment, which was based on specified allegations, would have been expected to refrain from the acts and omissions that triggered that impeachment motion, which she hadn't. Number two, it would have been expected Kawira Mwangaza, as part of the vilification, would not have gone berating this house itself, and when we get there, we'll be playing a video for you. When Kawira asked, after they took me to the Senate, what happened to me? Nothing happened. Kaende, kaende. And therefore, that's why we said, this time, we urge you to repeat the execution of Kawira, and we see whether the rope will break again.
Well, I hope that explanation is adequate to the issue raised by Mungatana. Senator Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker, I want to direct my question at Counsel for the Assembly, who unfortunately is my former classmate, but I want to understand the propriety of basing an impeachment proceeding on a matter that you have confirmed yourselves is still live in court. We here in the Senate are prevented from discussing matters that are live before the courts before a decision is made. What is the propriety of you basing a claim of, breach of the law or misconduct on a matter that is still live before a court of law that was coming for a decision today?
Counsel.
The answer is as follows, Mr. Speaker. The question of contempt of court is not pending in court. We have a conviction before you. We have an order before you. We have a sentencing before you. That order, as we speak, has not been set aside by a higher court. As a matter of fact, the room for challenging that order in a higher court expired a long time ago because you have only 14 days to appeal. That's the first answer, Mr. Speaker. The second answer, which is very specific to this process before you, is that the governor went to court. When this motion before you was labeled, she went before the High Court in Meru in petition number 24. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I don't seem to recall the number. It's not 24, but she went to court in Meru before the Honorable Justice Cherere to stop this process on that very ground that it was sub judice. The court refused. She returned to the court again. The court refused. She went to the Court of Appeal at Nyeri, trying to stop the process before you, claiming that impeachment cannot be based on matters that are before court. And again, the Court of Appeal refused. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, when we were in the Court of Appeal, one of the questions we asked is how can a convictee whose conviction has not been set aside, who has been disobeying a court order for a year, be the one now telling you every word about court orders?
Senator Chute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question will go to the witness. Mr. Witness, will I be wrong if I tell you you belong to Committee Maximum because you've admitted before this Honorable House that you've been receiving money for months and months illegally, and you've accepted before this House that you've been receiving it illegally. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You would not be telling the truth, Mr. Speaker, because we have made numerous efforts to be allowed back to office and serve, even through the court, but you are not allowed. The person culpable is the one paying us for service not rendered.
Senator Osotsi.
This is to the witness, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, looking at the application for this case and even the ruling, the governor is listed as respondent number 3. That is after the county secretary and the Meru County Public Service Board. Is this an admission that the governor is not directly involved in matters of HR, recruitment, and appointment?
It's not an admission.
Senator Roba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask the same question, but phrased differently. Mr. Paul Mwaniki Arimi is appearing as a key witness on behalf of the County Assembly. And he is here to give witness on what he found extremely wrong of receiving salary for work not done. And he has admitted that as being wrong. Now, if your convictions are true, shouldn't it have bothered you enough for you to have considered refunding or refusing the acceptance? And accepting the money for this long and appearing as a witness to admit that before this, why didn't you, consider not accepting if you considered it was wrong? Thank you.
Thank you. It is wrong legally to receive pay for service not rendered or work not done. What we did as victims of this is we have sought legal redress for a full year from last year up to now, seeking to be allowed to get back and work. Yet still, we have not been terminated from work. What you have been given is a mandatory indefinite leave without any reason. So there would be no issue of refunding monies without any clear structures of how this one should be done. So we have been in court, struggling to be allowed to work. The person culpable is this one sending us on a compulsory indefinite leave with even a reminder that you will be paid all the services you are home. Indeed, it is depressing.
Just to be clear, witness, this is the question that I help you out. You've indicated that you have received, you've been receiving these salaries. This
yes, Mr. Speaker.
This is a question from the Senator.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And you've indicated that you ought not to have received this money because it is taxpayers' money.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So the question that the Senator posed then is, did you make an effort
we made efforts to the court
or to refund?
We did not make efforts to refund, but you made efforts to get back to work.
Very well. Senator Okoiti.
My question goes to Mr. Speaker, sir. My question goes to Counsel for the County Assembly. On trial is the Governor of Meru, and one of the grounds is contempt of court. In the evidence that you have laid before this court, are you able to point out to me specifically where the governor is condemned? Specifically where the governor is condemned? Counsel convicted of that contempt.
Mr. Speaker, if you open page 440 of our volume 2, the court order, as you note and has been pointed out previously, this was a case filed against the governor together with 2 other officials. And whenever this order or even the ruling before it talks about the respondents, every reference to the respondents in this order is a reference to the 3 persons who include the governor. And therefore, where a court, as you find in page 441, it says the respondents who we agree include the governor, paragraph 1 at page 441, the respondents are hereby cited for contempt of this court's order issued on 7th October 2022 by failing to allow the applicants back to their offices. Unless the governor says she is not one of the respondents who are condemned here, then she is one of the people who are condemned, and it is not necessary that she be specifically mentioned when they have been found jointly and severally, that's the legal language, jointly and severally culpable.
Senator Chiranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, mine is a very quick clarification or guidance from the Council of the Governor. When we look at Article 183, functions of the county executive, which encompasses county governor, county deputy governor, and CECs, I invite him to give me an interpretation of Article 183 in the interest of time, Part C. It says, and allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to read, a county executive committee shall, 1, Part C, manage and coordinate the functions of the county administration and its departments. So I want to get clarification and maybe guidance from the Council of on the part of the interpretation on the role of the county executive or county committee member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Council, did you get that correctly? Did you get the question with clarity?
Sadly, Mr. Speaker, I didn't get the question with clarity. I wondered if the Honorable Senator could clarify the particular aspect of Article 183 that he desires my clarification on. I'll gladly do that.
Senator Chirange, the clarification must relate to what the Council handled during the cross-examination. You cannot pick something totally out of that space and seek his clarification. He should clarify on what he said.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I needed the interpretation of Article 183 1C on the role of county executive vis-a-vis, because in a cross-examination, he had indicated that the county secretary should be the one being impeached instead of the governor. That's why I'm inviting him to clarify under Article 183 1C on the functions of the county executive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Council.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, the government, either the national or the county level, is a complex whole, but our constitutional and legal order recognizes that government works through the agency of state and public officers. And wrongdoing in law is individual. Wrongdoing in law is not collective. It's in that respect that we beseech the county assembly to give us a case that shows the individual wrongdoing of the governor or the imputability of the acts of any other functionary in the county government to the governor. The governor is here on trial. You try people for their wrongdoing, and that's my humble view. And thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Muma.
Thank Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is to Council for the County Assembly, and it's in respect of the clip that was played here. Is it your view that a leader takes responsibility for utterances of their spouse?
If it's a strictly legal question, Mr. Speaker, of course, the law was changed a long time ago. Spouses don't take responsibility for the actions of the others. But that's as far as the legalese and the splitting of heirs is concerned. The matter before you is not about criminal or civil liability in a court of law. It is about accountability. It is about the values in our Constitution. If a governor perpetually provides a forum through which our spouse is making utterances that are inflammatory, that could easily lead to violence, as we'll show you, and it is a function hosted by the governor, and on each occasion, the governor does not disown those statements. In the case of the musical performances, we will show you the governor even dancing and enjoying the music, demonstrating to the huge crowds wenye wivu wajinyonge. That is why, Mr. Speaker, when you read the motion before you, it is not talking just about specific acts of the government. It is also talks about complicity and condoning. If we were in a court of law, we would call it aiding and abetting. But because it's not a court of law, that's why we have chosen the language complicity and connivance in things. First of all, it's a program, it's a session held by the governor. And if that were the law, even in a court of law, Mr. Speaker, and our laws on ethics and integrity, there is indeed, if you see the laws we have cited, a provision for acting through others. And in this case, we want to suggest to you that the governor was acting, as was the case before when you were here, through her husband. Thank you.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like the Council for the County Assembly to help me, and I'm happy to be reminded that he teaches law to our children. Mr. Speaker, the country has seen in that video that the governor of Meru was not in that video. Her voice was not heard in that video. So what I would like you to help me, teacher of law, is the legal high standard of fishing expedition. Would you like to stand down that video purely because your witness has confirmed to this Senate and the whole Republic that the governor was not there, her voice was not heard? And if you still stand that you don't want to stand down the evidence, do you want to teach students at the university that they can edify something that lacks moral and intellectual instruction to a council?
Mr. Speaker, I have now found the volume setting the relevant law. It is volume 3 of the County Assembly's document in answer to the question by the Honorable Senator Kalwale. At page, I believe, 37 of our Bado volume 3, we have reproduced section 24, page 37 of the Assembly's volume 3. We have produced section 24 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. And it is clear from that section 1, for purposes of compliance with chapter 6, one can take responsibility for acting through others. And in this case, we humbly submit the governor has been acting through her husband. Number 2, this is how, Mr. Speaker, you know the governor was acting through her husband. In October 2022, the husband is seen on the video saying, "These officers shall never return to office, court order or no court order." And true to his utterance, the governor ensures that they don't return for a full 365 days. And while at it, Mr. Speaker, in any event, I keep repeating, there is a conviction as we speak. And that conviction is res judicata. That is to say, that matter is closed as a legal question because it has not been appealed to a higher court within the time required by law. So as we speak right now, the governor is actually a convict. And those are not my words. There is a court order to that effect.
Now, honorable senators, we have 6 more witnesses to call. And if you read the program, we are supposed to stretch it to 7 p.m. And therefore, I will take one clarification from this side and another one here. Most of these clarifications, you'll pick them as we hear the witnesses. Senator Haji Faki.
Mine is to both the council and council for the county assembly and the witness. There were proceedings before the High Court in Meru where the county secretary, according to the judgment and according to the ruling, was found to be guilty of contempt. And the matter is still ongoing. The punishment has not been meted. Now, isn't that subjecting the governor to a double jeopardy? Because he is facing the proceedings before the court in Meru are still alive. And counsel for the governor said earlier that they were actually in court this morning. And here we are, you want us to impeach the governor based on the same set of facts. Isn't this a double jeopardy, which in law is not allowed? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, that's a legal question. I heard it was addressed to both me and the witness. I don't know whether the witness is able to answer.
Proceed. He belongs to your side. You can answer for him.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, it is not correct to say that the question of whether the governor is guilty of contempt is in court. What is in court is the question of sentencing. The question of liability is settled. The only other thing that is in court is the question of purging the contempt. So there is no question of double jeopardy. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the rule of double jeopardy does not apply to proceedings of impeachment. There are several rulings by the Supreme Court itself that says, and I can quote the Sonko case, the Martin Nyaga-Wambora case, that say impeachment is not about civil or criminal liability. It is about political accountability. It is about ethics. It is about the type of leadership, the type of persons we want to hold in certain offices. And that is why you find the Article 181 is about may be removed on any of the following, and it talks of gross misconduct. Gross misconduct need not even be a criminal or civil offense. It can be anything that attracts serious moral censure. It talks of gross violation of the Constitution or other law. And in short, all we're saying, the Supreme Court has already answered this question of double jeopardy. And that is why even the Court of Appeal itself and the High Court in Meru, guided by the Supreme Court, refused to stop this Senate from sitting on these charges and making it whatever decision it will make, because the courts have already confirmed it is not about legalese and splitting legal heirs or civil or criminal liability. It's a question whether the governor accused of the things we are accusing her and which will prove is the type of governor we want to see holding a public office within the meaning of Chapter 6 of our Constitution. It is not a legal matter, Mr. Speaker. And I'm lastly told, if this can be let to happen, then all I need to always avoid impeachment, which is actually what the governor tried to do at the High Court and the Court of Appeal, why she failed. All I need to ensure as a governor, if this were unanswered, to ensure Article 81 is dead, is to ensure whenever I commit a breach of the Constitution, there is a court case like happened in this matter, where proxies were obtained to file various suits in court so that they can come under the pretext. And even in your own standing orders, Mr. Speaker, as well as those of the County Assembly, you will note the mere fact that a matter is in court does not stop the Senate or even the National Assembly. You can even take notice, Mr. Speaker, that as we speak, there has been a matter in Shakahola, which is in various courts, criminal courts, and I've seen committees of parliament examining the same persons who are facing not just employment courts here, but actually criminal courts, and nothing has stopped either the Senate or the National Assembly. And that is why even your standing orders give the Speaker the latitude to decide whether a matter that is in court should nonetheless be deliberated upon and a decision made by Parliament, in this case the Senate, as the representative of the public conscience.
Lastly, Senator Veronica.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a clarification from the Council for the County Assembly of Meru. We have seen this judgment, is it a ruling, the one that you are relying on the contempt proceedings? And 37C on page, I think you know where it is. 37C talks about the respondents not having the audience of the court until the contempt is purged. I think the witness has confirmed that he's now being paid, they have been reinstated, or did I get it wrong? I hope that's a correct position. Council, do you treat that as a purge to that contempt? Now that that is no longer, those offenses are no longer taking place and they have been reinstated, would you treat that as a purge? And I know that the sentencing is awaiting before the court. And if the sentencing is awaiting, would you still say the matter is not pending before court?
Mr. Speaker, then being denied audience is part of the standard rules that govern contempt of court. If you're convicted, like the governor has been, you're denied audience until you purge the contempt. The governor has, of course, attempted to purge this contempt as we speak. I use the word attempted because the witness told you the letters appointing his replacements have not been recalled. They have not been rescinded. So that as we speak, we have the witness here and his 3 colleagues who are the substantive office holders, and then we have the other persons who are also in acting capacity. The purging of a contempt, Mr. Speaker, is something in the realm of mitigation of sentence. That's why you're denied audience until you purge it. So the fact that someone has purged the contempt does not undo the conviction. The conviction still remains, and as we speak, even if she purges and apologizes and recites whatever prayer about it, it will always remain the record of the court that she was convicted, and that conviction has not been set aside.
And this witness at that. Now, as we prepare to usher in the second witness, pursuant to Rules 23 of third schedule of the Standing Orders of the Senate, as a speaker, I do not have that latitude to ask for any clarification or ask questions. However, if the integrity of the institution of the Senate is at stake, then as a speaker, I need to guard it. Counsel for the County Assembly, your allegory, the Russian allegory, that when the man was asked to say something, he said Russia don't know how to do things, and that's why he was alive. That statement, in its ordinary meaning, could be understood, and indeed it was understood, and that's why Senator Mungatana rose to ask that question. It was understood to mean that the Senate did not do a good job in the first impeachment. I don't know, counsel for the County Assembly, whether you still want to have that allegory as part of your record, or at this juncture, you want to take it away from the record.
Mr. Speaker, my allegory was not a slur on the Senate. It was, as I said, about a person who was lucky to escape a certain fate, and instead of refraining from utterances that had placed him in that fate, continues doing it after the rope breaks. And I was clear in my allegory that even in Russia, this was understood to be an act of providence, that the man in question was lucky. It is our submission that if the Governor Kawira was lucky to be acquitted of certain allegations, the least anyone would expect of her is to refrain from the behavior. So I didn't mean in any way to slur the Senate. In the event that I am misunderstood as criticizing the Senate's decision, then I offer an unqualified apology, and I'll be open to even the expansion of the relevant allegory. And since it seems to cause too many issues, I seem to have been misunderstood, Mr. Speaker, I beg that it be expunged.
Kindly usher in the second witness. kindly proceed to swear in a witness.
I, Evans Moira Karia, do solemnly affirm that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate, in respect of the matters before the Senate, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Sir, please tell the Senate your full name and what you do for a living for purposes of your identity and the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My name is Evans Moira Karia. Currently the MCA for Mitungu Ward, that is in South Imenti South Sub-County in Meru County. Mr. Speaker, perhaps I could beg we be given a small table where I could place my battles, because I will otherwise be constrained to keep picking things from the
Sergeant at Arms, kindly help counsel. Make him as comfortable as he can.
Sir, as we wait for that table, can you confirm that you are the mover of the motion before the Senate? I confirm, Mr. Speaker, sir. Can you also confirm that you saw the affidavit? I confirm. On what page can we find your affidavit, sir? Yes, this is much better. Good. Yes, I can manage. Let me take you, sir, to page 33 of volume 1. Yeah, the sworn affidavit is on page 33 of volume 1 to page 36 of volume 1. The signature at page 36 is your signature? Yes, I confirm. Now let's go straight to the allegations that you have made in this impeachment motion, and I want us to begin at paragraph 10A of the impeachment motion. The impeachment motion, Mr. Speaker, is at volume 1. We are referring to paragraph 10A. In that paragraph, sir, you accuse the governor of irregularly withdrawing county funds through our relatives. Which relatives have you mentioned? I have mentioned the governor's sister, Rose Kenya Gwantai, and Kenneth Gwantai Murangeri, who is the brother, and also Nefat Kenya, who is the brother-in-law, and Edwin Mutuma Murangeri, who is a nephew to the governor's spouse. Why do you say Nefat Kenya is the brother-in-law of the governor? Because it is in the public knowledge. We have seen pictures circulating of them displaying public affection, PDA. With who? With the governor's sister, Miriam Gwantai. Miriam Gwantai. Have you placed any evidence before the Senate to support the allegation that these relatives of the governor were withdrawing funds from the county assembly irregularly, or rather from the county government irregularly? Yes, in volume 2, I have annexed all the evidence there. Which pages of volume 2? From pages 1 to pages 29 of volume 2. From pages 1 to 29? Yes. Let's begin at page 17 of volume 2. To the best of your knowledge, sir, are government agencies allowed to pay for goods not supplied? No. Or services not rendered? No, it is against the PFM Act. To the best of your knowledge, are government entities allowed to make advance payments from public funds? It is not allowed. This document at page 17, what is it, sir? It is a IFMIS extract. It's an IFMIS extract. Yeah, for vote 3562, Meru, Office of the Governor, payment details between 1st July 2022 and 7th July 2023. Does it have items on the third column described as prepayment? Yes, under the column sub-item description, we have several entries indicated as prepayment. Does it show again several prepayments in the next page? Yes, it does. Would I be right to say, sir, most of the payments there are actually prepayments? Most of them are around 171 entries are prepayments. Are there any payments on this document shown to any of these relatives of the governor? Yes, there are several prepayments made to the relatives of the governor. I'll show you a few for illustrative purposes. At page 20, somewhere just below the middle is there, and around the middle, are there payments to Nefert Kinyu? Yes, we have one. There is. At page 21, do we have several payments payable to Rose Kinyagwante? Yes, for example, we have one under voucher number 66, 524 to pay to Rose Kinyagwante. You will confirm, sir, because we are constrained for time, that actually we have tens, if not hundreds of payments indicated as prepayments to these relatives of the governor between page 17 and 29. Yes, I confirm, and for purpose of record, one Rose Kinyagwantai appears 31 times, indicated as prepayments, paid a total of 3,144,228. Kenneth Gwantai Murangeri, who is the brother to the governor, also appears 31 times, having received prepayments totaling to 545,500. And Nefat Kenya Meme, who is the in-law, appears 4 times, having received total payments of 2,887,000. And there are several others who are also not relatives to the governor. But let's stick to the governor's relatives for now. Under this IFMIS extract, what is the amount in total paid to the governor's relatives as prepayments? I've stated Rose Kinyagwantai has been paying a total of 3,144,228. Kenneth Gwantai Murangeri, the brother to the governor, has been paying 31 times. That is a total of 545,500. And Nefat Kenya Meme, the in-law, has been paying for that 4 times. That is 2,807,000. So the total is how much for Kenneth, Nefat, Kenya Gwante? What is the total paid to these relatives as per that IFMIS extract? I have not calculated the totals, but it's around a figure, maybe totaling to around 6 million, an estimate of 6 million. 6 million and some more. A figure of 6 million. Let's forget the governor's relatives for now, while still on the IFMIS. Does it indicate prepayments to an officer called Kadhure Rukaria? Yes, it indicates. Are you able to point a page in which Kadhure Rukaria has been given an advance payment? On page 23, sorry, there's a prepayment paid to Kadure Rukaria Catherine.
Yes.
Of 340,000. That is page 23 of our volume 2.
To save time, sir.
And also on the same page, Kadure Rukaria has also received 107,500. Several entries are there.
Who is Kadure Rukaria to the best of your knowledge?
Kadure Rukaria is the secretary to the chief of staff.
Who is the governor's chief of staff?
He is known as Njamba Mbidi.
So this Kadure, who is secretary to the governor's chief of staff, is the office of the chief of staff an office in the governor's office?
Yes, it is an office established under the office of the governor.
Does Kadure Rukaria work in the office of the governor?
Yes, I can confirm.
According to this IFMIS printout, how much money has been irregularly paid to Kadure Rukaria, who is the secretary to the secretary or rather to the governor's chief of staff as prepayments?
A total of 21,868,944.
21,868,944.
Yes.
Let's go to another officer, to be fair, not a relative of the governor, called Lydian Kather. Do you know this officer?
Yes, I know her.
Who is she to the best of your knowledge?
She works in the office of the governor and is also, she's an administrator in the office of the chief of staff.
Yes.
And also allegations are there that she's the girlfriend to the chief of staff.
Let's forget the allegations for now. Is she indicated on the IFMIS as also receiving advance payments?
Yes, she has received a prepayment totaling to 3,606,400.
Are you able to show us at least one or two so that you're not making a sweeping allegation that she has received payments? Are you able to point a page where she appears, this Lydian Kather, in a prepayment?
Yes, page 27, she, voucher number 69901, she has received 500,000. Voucher number 59902, she received 340,000. Voucher number 69900, she received
that's enough, sir, because there are several entries. We just need to confirm that when you say she has received payment, it's not just a blanket allegation. You said how much in total has she been paid irregularly?
A total of 3,606,400 shillings.
Let's go to another officer, Jane Karemi Kaivia. Do you know this officer?
Yes, I know her.
Does she work in the governor's office?
Yes, she does.
In what capacity? In what capacity, sir, does Jane Karemi work at the governor's office?
She works under the office of the chief of staff.
Okay. What is the relationship between the chief of staff and the governor in the county administration?
The chief of staff is the AIE order for the office of the governor. Therefore, he authorizes all payments related to the office of the governor.
As a matter of fact, a chief of staff is one of those political appointees governors are allowed the leeway to choose a person they can work with, right?
Yes, it's true.
Now, the persons we have so far mentioned, sir, Jane Karemi, Kaida, Rose Kinya, Kenneth Guantai, all these people working right in the governor's office.
Yes,
from the IFMIS, how much amount of money have they received as prepayment in total?
In total, they have received prepayments amounting to 78,110,086 shillings. We will later on come to the answer the governor has given for these irregular payments. For now, I want us to go to the next allegation. Which is the allegation at paragraph 10D. To the best of your knowledge, sir, to the best of your knowledge, what is the allegation at paragraph 10D? What is the complaint? Hence your 10D. 10D. The diversion and misuse of county resources, including funds and motor vehicles to run the governor's private charity, Dr. Okolea, despite a previous promise to the Senate in the previous impeachment proceeding to refrain conflicting official county operations and Okolea operations. To the best of your knowledge, was the question of the relationship between Okolea and the official functions of the governor an issue in the previous impeachment? Yes, it was. Was there an issue as to whether in the previous impeachment, whether the governor should commingle or conflict or mix our official functions with those of Okolea? Sorry, come again. Was there an issue as to whether the governor could properly mix our official duties with those of the private charity she runs? Yes, it was an issue. But have you placed any evidence, sir, to show the governor has been commingling our official functions with the Okolea functions and specifically diverting county resources to Okolea? Yes, I've adduced the evidence on pages 42 of the volume 2, pages 43, pages 48, 49, 50, and 51, and also there's a video in support. Let's go to page 42. What is that document? There's a miscellaneous criminal application number 025 of 2023 in the matter of application for custodial orders. Let's go to page 43 of the same volume 2. What does paragraph 3 say? Paragraph 3 states that on the 17th day of September 2023, the governor of Meru, Honorable Bishop Kaira Mwangaza, convened Okolea meeting at Bridge International Preparatory School in Makeri area within Maua municipality. Where is Makeri? Makeri is in Maua, just adjacent to the deputy governor's home. So this rally was held adjacent to the deputy governor's home? Yes. Do you believe it was a genuine charity that was being held at the adjacent to the deputy governor's home? I don't believe so, because I watched the proceedings and I also saw the governor castigating the deputy governor, in fact praying that a wrath can visit his family. Saying what again? During the rally, I watched the proceedings. Yes. And it was a rally convened to disparage the deputy governor, because I saw the governor praying, kneeling down and asking the congregants in the rally to pray so that wrath can visit the deputy governor's family. Okay. Let's go to paragraph 8. Mr. Speaker will later show you why it was important to provide that context. But let's go to paragraph 8. What does paragraph 8 there say? It states, paragraph 8, that The respondents and their group damaged several motor vehicles belonging to the county government of Meru, and for some individuals, that is registration number KEX 574V and KCB 845F, using stones and other crude weapons, and an act which culminated in a cow belonging to the governor being stolen and killed, which is prejudicial to public order and the security of the county. We were told in the opening statement that we are misrepresenting the ownership of the motor vehicles. Is that paragraph clear that the specific motor vehicles named are private? It is clear because it earns and for some individuals. It earns for some individuals, and it indicates the registration plates given are for the individual vehicles, isn't it? Yes. Does it also indicate that several motor vehicles belonging to the county government were damaged? Yes, it does. Should motor vehicles belonging to the county government be present in an Okolea function, which the Senate was previously told is a private function, charity? They shouldn't, because we have been told previously it is a private charity. But who is the maker of this application you have produced at page 42? Who is the applicant? The applicant is the Republic through DCI Igembe South. It is the Republic of Kenya through the DCI. And the name of the DCI is Kelvin Wafula, PC Kelvin Wafula, number 11, that's 748. Police Constable Wafula, isn't it? Yes. Would you, in the ordinary course of events, expect a police officer to make such allegations frivolously? No, since they were also made in front of a competent court of law. As a matter of fact, has that police officer sworn an affidavit in support of this allegation? Yes, he has sworn an affidavit. Where is that affidavit, sir? Affidavit is on page 45, 45, 46, and 47 of volume 2. Again, you confirm the affidavit mentions, I believe at page 43, paragraphs 3 and 8, again, the same motor vehicles and the same allegations we read, isn't it? Sorry? Can you confirm that paragraphs 3 and 8 of that affidavit again mention Governor Kawira Mwangaza, and they mention them, that county motor vehicles? Yes, yes, it does. What evidence have you placed before the Senate to show that county officials were involved in this Okolea rally and in the mayhem that ensued? I have placed before the Senate a charge sheet, 2 charge sheets, and also the pay slips for the persons who are charged to make sure that they are county employees. So where are those documents to be found? Page 48, 49, 50, and 51 of volume 2. Let's confirm just 2. Who is the county official charged by the DPP at page 48? He is called Salesio Munene Kanga alias Samaritan. Have you placed the payslip to show this particular gentleman is an official of the county? Yes, on page 50. At page 50? Yes. Mr. Speaker, I now request that we play videos in support of count 2. They are brief videos, we can have them played. No, in support of count 1, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Video in support of count 1. don't know whether we're having technical challenges. It should be having sound, Mr. Speaker.
Can the person playing the video restart and put it at maximum?
In the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, we can move to the next video if he hasn't moved.
Maybe to add, Council, the transcript of what is happening in the video is on pages 52 and 53 of volume 2.
In that video, have we seen the governor addressing the crowd there?
Yes, I've seen her.
Was the crowd initially peaceful as the governor addressed it?
Yes, it was.
Did the crowd at some point turn violent?
Yes, they turned violent.
Would you attribute the violence we have seen with the utterances that the governor made?
It can be attributed to the utterances of the governor.
Why?
Because she castigated the deputy governor and the people there. It's around the deputy governor's home, therefore the crowd turned violent after the deputy governor was attacked by the governor.
Mr. Mawira, politicians attack each other all the time. Perhaps we can't read much into that. But do you consider it normal, even within the rules of politics, for a governor to take a vilification rally right to the home adjacent to the home of our deputy?
It's not normal, and to hand, this was after the deputy governor and come out and saying that he was mistreated, and therefore the governor had taken the rally near his home so that he can castigate him more. Therefore the crowd, that's why they turned violent and protested against the mistreatment of the deputy governor, because it was the last stroke that broke the camel's neck, if I can say.
Is the violence we have seen in that video consistent with your charge that county motor vehicles were damaged, as we have seen from the police officer?
Yes, but because we can see vehicles being stoned, and the police officer saw an affidavit that county government vehicles were destroyed during that rally, meaning they were present in the rally.
Let's go to count 2 of your impeachment motion, specifically paragraph 12A, where you accuse the governor of misrepresenting as relatives as a technical team for purposes of benchmarking cancer treatment equipment. Have you provided any evidence, sir, to show that the governor misrepresented our relatives as technical people for purposes of cancer management?
Yes, I presented evidence in volume 2, pages 58, page 60, page 68, 76, 77, and 86. And also there are 2 videos to support the allegation.
To the best of your knowledge, sir, is there a county in the Republic of Kenya with an incidence of cancer comparable to Meru?
None, because even studies have shown that Meru has the highest incidences of cancer in the Republic of Kenya.
To the best of your knowledge, sir, is there any other place in the world with the higher incidence of cancer per square kilometer than Meru County?
From studies also, Meru has been stated to have the highest incidences of Kenya per square kilometer in the world.
So I would not be wrong to say Meru is sort of like the world headquarters, for lack of better language, when it comes to this very debilitating disease.
That is true how you have described it.
Would one expect a governor given the opportunity to deal with the disease affecting our county more than any other place in the world to send the qualified people for purposes of that cancer management equipment and setting up the cancer treatment center?
It would be unexpected.
Would you expect a governor to see this invitation to China in a county that has the leading incidence per square kilometer in the world on cancer, to see it as an opportunity for our relatives to go on safari?
It will be unexpected.
Would that be, a governor who behaved like that, would they be in gross violation of the Constitution?
Definitely, he or she would be in gross violation of the Constitution.
Would they be in breach of their oath of office?
Of course, yes.
Let's go to that page 58 that you mentioned. At paragraph 4, does the governor admit that these people we are talking about are our relatives, at least 2 of them?
Yes, she has admitted by indicating that one is a security personnel and the other one, the sister, is a personal assistant.
That letter, sorry, Madam Speaker, I've lost track. I'm a short-sighted man, that's why I was requesting for. That document you just read begins at page 57, right?
Yes, it starts at page 57.
At the top, it says it's coming from what office?
County Government of Meru, Office of the Governor.
This is a letter from the Office of the Governor.
Yes.
To whom is it addressed?
The Chief Executive Officer, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Integrity Center.
And what is the date of this letter?
26th October 2022.
So you confirm as of 26th October 2022, there were already issues about the governor's relatives and nepotism and involvement in the county.
I confirm.
Let's go to page 60. What is that document there, sir?
It's a letter addressed to the Governor of Meru, Her Excellency Kawira Mwangaza, from the Beijing League Tech Company Limited.
Who is Beijing League Tech Company Limited?
From the letter, it's a company in China that specializes in linear accelerator machines designed to treat cancer.
What does paragraph 1 of that letter say?
It says, we are delighted to invite you and your distinguished members to visit us in China for you to witness and benchmark our state-of-art linear accelerator machines designed and manufactured in China in reference to our planned cancer treatment center in Meru, Kenya.
So this company planned to set up a cancer treatment center in Meru?
Yes.
And in paragraph 2, what type of equipment do they say the governor and our distinguished team should go and benchmark?
Indicate that they will also have an opportunity to visit other medical equipment manufacturer that produces digital radiography, X-ray equipment, and mobile C-arm that they plan to manufacture and assemble in Kenya, preferably in a designated special economic zone.
Let's go to page, I believe, 76. What is that document, sir?
It's a letter from Office of the Deputy President, State Department for Devolution, addressed to the Principal Secretary from the HRM and DO1.
What is this letter requesting? What is it about?
It's about travel clearance to China.
And what does it say?
The county government of Meru has requested for clearance from its county officials to travel to China for a study tour. Beijing League Tech Company will meet all the expenses pertaining this trip. Then it indicates recommended for travel and also forwarded herewith please find letters on the above subject for your consideration and signature.
The letter at page 77, what is it? Where does it emanate from?
It's a letter from the Office of the County Secretary and Head of Public Service.
Addressed to who?
To the Principal Secretary, State Department of Devolution.
And who are the persons indicated as the ones to make this travel to benchmark the cancer equipment?
They are indicated as Dr. George Mungania, who is the CCM Health, Ms. Miriam K. Guantai, who is the PA to the Governor, Mr. Nefat Kenya Meme, who is the Director External Leakages, and Mr. Murangiri Kenneth, indicated as works under the Department Administration.
To the best of your knowledge, is Dr. George Mungani an oncologist?
No, he is a pharmacist.
To the best of your knowledge, were there people in the county better qualified than this person to go on this trip dealing with the problem threatening the existence of Meru County?
Yes, because the county government of Meru has employed oncologists and also radiographers.
Let's go to the next person, Miriam K. Guantai. To the best of your knowledge, does this person hold any medical qualifications?
None whatsoever.
Certificate level, any?
None whatsoever.
Diploma level?
None.
Degree level?
None.
Any other level?
None that is known.
Let's go to Nefat Kenya Meme. What are his qualifications?
When he was employed as a pharmaceutical technologist.
To the best of your knowledge, is this a person who would have any knowledge relevant to management of cancer?
None.
This is the same gentleman we saw receiving money regularly?
Yes.
And it's the same gentleman you claim is a brother-in-law to the governor?
Yes.
Let's go to Murangiri Kenneth. Does he hold any training qualifications, even informal, on the management of cancer?
None whatsoever.
Let's go to the letter, page 78. Please read, confirm to us.
Sorry, come again.
Page 78 of volume 2.
Yes.
Is this a letter from the county government of Meru?
Yes, from the office of the Secretary and Head of Public Service.
Addressed to who?
The Principal Secretary, State Department of Devolution.
Can you read the first paragraph?
Following the invitation of the Governor of Meru County by Beijing League Tech Company Limited of Beijing City, the following technical team is hereby released from 7th June to 17th June 2023 to prepare and guide on the following.
We can skip and go to answer the bottom. What does it say? There is a paragraph just before the names, the line just before the name. What does it say?
The technical team is as follows, and 4 participants are listed.
These are the governor's sister?
Yes.
Brother-in-law?
Yes.
And nephew to the husband?
Yes, and the brother to the governor.
It is clear in that letter the officers are described as a technical team.
It's clearly stated.
To the best of your knowledge, would these people with the qualifications you just told us, even using the most elastic sense of the phrase, be a technical team for purposes of cancer management?
They can't be.
They can't be. Mr. Speaker, I beg we play the videos 2A and 2B in support of count 2. We can play the next one so that we take the questions together. Sir, did you see the governor's relatives that you have mentioned in those 2 videos?
Yes, I can see them.
Did you see in those videos what on its face appears like highly sophisticated cancer management equipment?
Yes, I've seen one.
People of the qualifications that the governor sent on this trip, would you expect them to know what type of equipment those are and whether they are good for managing cancer?
I don't expect them to know.
As a matter of fact, sir, you yourself, with all your qualifications, would you, looking at those machines, have the capacity to advise the government of Meru whether they are good cancer management equipment?
I have no ability to do that.
To the best of your knowledge, even a lawyer like me, would he be able, even with all the books we have read, be able to form any informed opinion as to whether those are good or bad equipment for managing cancer?
I don't believe so.
Do you know any reason other than the fact that these officials are the governor's relatives, that they were the ones chosen to attend this trip?
I don't know any other reason.
12B of your impeachment motion, you accused the governor of appointing Edwin Mutuma Murangiri as CEO of Meru Youth Service and acting chief officer of the Department of Finance.
Yes.
What did you say are Edwin Mutuma's qualifications?
Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, from the records that I have, was employed as an auditor, cooperatives auditor.
Would such a person be qualified under the laws and policy documents of the Meru County government to be appointed as an acting chief officer?
According to the law, he doesn't meet the qualifications.
Why doesn't he meet the qualifications?
He was never employed or vetted and approved by the County Assembly as the chief officer. Therefore, he cannot act in the capacity of a chief officer.
Does he have the qualification to be CEO of Meru Youth Service?
He doesn't have, because he was not employed by the board.
Okay. But where is your evidence, sir, that this person was appointed to these offices? And I keep asking you, where is the evidence? Because we were told evidence is not counted. It is weighed. We will weigh it at the end.
The evidence is on pages 92.
Page 92
of volume 2, 386 to 389.
Go to page 92. Please confirm that that is an instrument from the office of the governor. What does it read at the top? Where does this document say it emanates?
Office of the governor.
Does it emanate from the office of the county secretary so that we'll be told it wasn't me?
No, but the county secretary has signed on behalf of the Excellency the governor.
Item number 2, Edwin Mutuma Murangiri. What is the nature of the appointment?
He has been moved from Meru Youth Service to Department of Finance Economic Planning to perform the functions of Chief Officer Finance, awaiting a substantive Chief Officer.
What happened to the substantive Chief Officer so that Murangiri, who is a relative of the governor, will be appointed to act?
He was arbitrarily moved after the infamous extracts that we are using to charge the governor leaked to the public.
So after the infamous extract we are relying upon leaked is when he was sacked?
He was moved to another department.
Oh, he was moved to another department?
Yes.
Let's go to page 386 to 389 that you mentioned. What is that document, sir?
It's a memo, an internal memo from the Secretary, County Public Service Board, to Her Excellency the Governor, Meru County.
And what does it address?
Submission of nomination list for candidates interviewed for the post of chief officers in the county.
What is the date of this document?
It's dated 11th November 2022.
Is Edwin Murangiri, who we have just seen being designated as acting chief officer, was he even shortlisted?
No.
For that position?
No.
As a matter of fact, did he even apply for it?
I believe he didn't, because he didn't appear in the long list and also in the short list.
Would the reason he didn't apply be because he was not qualified in the first place?
I believe so.
But you just told us the document at page 92, you have told us the substantive chief officer was moved after the IFMIS report became public, right?
Yes.
Before this matter was escalated to impeachment, did the Assembly give the governor an opportunity to explain the payments to these people?
Yes, they were given an opportunity.
Did she submit those documents to the county assembly? Let's go to page 31 and 30.
They declined to submit the documents on the basis that there was an audit that was ongoing.
Let's go to the letter at page 30. What is that letter?
It's a letter from the clerk of the county assembly addressed to the CCM, Finance, Economic Planning and ICT, requesting for certified IFMIS extract statement for the executive arm of the county government of Meru for the financial year 2022-2023.
Is the county government legally and constitutionally obliged to submit such documents to enable the county assembly to exercise its oversight function?
Yes, they are obligated by the law.
They are obligated by the law?
Yes.
Did they comply with that law requiring them to submit these documents?
They declined to comply.
What reason did they give at page 31?
They give, maybe I can read.
Yes, you can read the second paragraph.
The CCM Finance states that the Public Finance Management Act under Section 164 makes provisions for the county treasury of the county government to prepare and submit to the Auditor General the annual financial statements in respect of county government in formats to be prescribed by the Accounting Standards Board. These statements shall include the services for which the appropriated money was spent, the amounts actually spent on each service, the status of each vote compared with the appropriation for the vote, a statement explaining any variations between the actual expenditure and the sums voted, and any other information specified by the county treasury. She continues to state under in the last paragraph, that as at the moment, the county has prepared and submitted the financial statements to the Auditor General, and the Auditor General is in the process of auditing the financial statements, which form part of our response to your request. As shown in the attached...
If we leave it there for the sake of time, were you asking for financial statements from the governor's office?
No, but the IFMIS extracts for the financial year.
So you asked for IFMIS because we had earlier on in the opening statement somebody setting our own question and answering it. Did the assembly ask for financial statements so that this document would be a valid answer?
No.
Would you therefore consider this a valid reason for the failure to submit the documents?
It's a reason that cannot hold water.
It's a reason that cannot hold water. But Mr. Mawere, if the assembly asked the governor's office to submit documents and they refuse, can someone be held to blame the assembly then for escalating the matter to impeachment?
Nobody should do that.
Let's go to count number 3 about the DG. Paragraph 14A of the impeachment motion, you accuse the governor of excluding the deputy governor from county executive committee meetings.
Yes.
Under our law, under our constitution, is the deputy governor a substantive member of that executive committee?
Yes, because it is clearly stated under the law and the constitution.
As a matter of fact, would that committee be validly constituted in a situation where the DG is excluded deliberately?
It cannot.
But sir, have you produced any evidence to show that the DG was excluded from the meetings of the CEC?
Yes, in volume 2, pages 101 to 103, 226, 231, 233, 234, 235, and 236.
Pages?
101 to 103.
101.
To 103.
Let's go to the document at page 101. What type of document is that?
This is a record of the County Assembly of Meru, record of evidence taken before the Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Cohesion at the County Assembly of Meru Chambers.
Was this evidence given on oath?
Yes, it was.
As a matter of fact, on page 101, it indicates the oath was administered to the witness.
Yes, it indicates.
And who was the witness that was appearing before the county assembly?
The deputy governor.
The deputy governor.
Yes.
What are the complaints the deputy governor told the county assembly? At page 102.
The deputy governor complained of lack of facilitation.
Yes.
For his office.
Yes.
He also complained of failure to be invited to the Meru County Executive Committee cabinet meetings or any other official functions.
When does he say he was last invited? At the bottom of page 102.
The last invite was on 29th May 2023.
Let's go to 226. What is that document, sir?
It's a letter from the deputy governor to the county secretary inquiring if there was any cabinet meeting that has been held, because the last one you attended was on 29 May 2023 when he was invited through our WhatsApp page.
On top, is that document received by the relevant officer?
It was received by the office of the county secretary at the end of public service on 25th August 2023.
To the best of your knowledge, did the DG receive any response to this request?
None whatsoever.
Let's go to 231. What is that document, sir?
It's a letter from the office of the deputy governor addressed to the speaker of Meru County Assembly on failure to be invited for Meru County executive cabinet meetings and or any other official events.
233.
A letter from the office of the deputy governor addressed to His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, requesting for reconciliation.
The one at 234.
A letter from the office of the deputy governor addressed to the clerk, the clerk of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, on failure to be invited to the Meru County Executive Cabinet meetings and or any other official functions, events, lack of facilitation and withdrawal of staff to the office of the Deputy Governor since April 2023.
The one at 235 and 236, what are they?
Letters from the office of the Deputy Governor addressed to the Chairperson, Council of Governors, request for reconciliation. and the one on pages 236 is still a letter from the Deputy Governor addressed to the County Secretary, following up on cabinet meetings.
You confirm from these documents, sir, the problem in Meru has been referred to the Assembly, right?
Yes, I can confirm.
It has been referred to the Council of Governors, right?
Yes.
It has been referred to the Deputy President of the Republic, right?
Yes, I confirm.
It has been referred even to the Senate, right?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, has a solution been found even after roping in the good offices of all these agencies of the state?
There's not been any solution found to the problem.
There is no solution to the problem.
Yes.
Let's go to paragraph 14B and D about bullying, undermining and insulting and demeaning the DG through WhatsApp groups. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I would request we play a video by the governor in which the deputy is accused of chanting. It was mentioned in the opening statement. That video was played in the opening statement where the DG is seen with some rowdy youths apparently singing fairly unfortunate songs against the governor. Perhaps Mr. Mutuma can tell us the number of the video so that we move quickly. KMV? Yeah, I'm told it's KMV 15 from the governor's videos. KMV 15. We can pause it there, Mr. Speaker. Bwana Mawira, to the best of your knowledge, you can give us even an estimated date. It doesn't have to be an exact date.
On or about on 20th of September.
That's roughly 1 month ago, isn't it?
Yes.
The governor's defense to the count 14B and D and C is that this procession is the one that triggered the nasty WhatsApp groups messages that we are about to go through. Is that correct?
No, that is a misrepresentation of the sequence of events.
It's a misrepresentation of the sequence of events.
Yes.
Let's interrogate that claim that it's a misrepresentation of the sequence of events by opening page 162 of volume 2. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, it's page 149. My short-sightedness is not doing me much favors, but it's okay. Page 149.
Yes.
When did you say the procession occurred, the one we just saw on the video, that is said to be the justification for the WhatsApp messages?
On or about the 20th of September.
On or around 20th September, barely a month ago, isn't it?
Yes.
At page 149, we start now looking at the WhatsApp messages. What is the time stamp on that WhatsApp message at page 149 at the top, and the date stamp?
It's dated May 20th, 2023 at around 18:33 hours.
Would I be correct that this, therefore, the vilification through WhatsApp groups actually occurred about 4 months before the event the governor said was the trigger?
Yes, I confirm.
The governor, in our defense, confirms this WhatsApp group as members who include county officials, correct?
Yes, she confirms.
She also confirms it has members of the public.
Yes.
She also confirms it has CECs.
Yes.
And other county officials, isn't it?
Yes, she does.
Would that diverse composition of this group require an element of discretion and discernment from a responsible governor before posting nasty messages about our deputy there?
It requires.
If the governor is posting nasty messages about the deputy governor in a platform that, by our own word, includes both county officials and members of the public, would that trigger violence of the type we saw at Mercury?
It clearly can.
Let's examine the messages themselves. At page 149 where we are, it shows, it reads, Nchamba Bidi removed you. Who was removed?
The deputy governor.
Is Nchamba Bidi a junior officer or a superior of the deputy governor?
A junior officer to the deputy governor.
Would you expect a junior officer in the ordinary course of events to have the temerity to remove the deputy governor from a WhatsApp group?
No, unless maybe instructed by higher powers or maybe someone who is more senior than the deputy governor.
Let's go to page 162. Before we go to 152, let's go to 155. Or rather, before we go to 162, let's go to 155. At the bottom, it shows again the deputy governor was removed from this group by who?
Honorable Mutia.
Who is Honorable Mutia?
He is a chief officer in the county government of Meru.
In a functional county government, would you expect an ordinary chief officer to have the guts to remove a whole deputy governor from the group unless acting on powers of someone above the deputy governor?
No.
What is the date stamp at the top again?
May 27th, 2023.
This was again 4 months before the rally that is alleged to have triggered these nasty messages, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's go to 158. A post there by Kiambi Adheru. Who is Kiambi Adheru in the middle of the page?
The county secretary to the county government of Meru.
After the DG is removed, some sort of gossip begins between the governor and the county officials and the members of the public, and orders Kiambiadhe to tell the people in the group about this nasty gossip of the deputy governor?
He states that confidence is of essence here. There will be no point for us to converse here then in among us, send screenshots to our enemies. It will be too unethical.
Who is Kiambiadhe saying the screenshot should not be sent to so that they can insult and gossip and chit-chat about the deputy governor freely?
The deputy governor.
At the top of that page, there is a post by the governor, right?
Yes.
What is she saying?
I've fought many and serious battles. Hiyo yao ni manyunyu. Nitawagaragaza kama kawaida.
So here is the governor announcing she will fight the DG and his people. Is this occurring before or after the event the Senate is being invited to believe was the trigger of these very unfortunate things?
Way before the event.
And there is a Diane there again replying. Who is Diane?
Diane, I believe, is a public member because I don't know what position he owns.
Let's go to 160. There is a post there by the governor herself. To the best of your knowledge, the number given there, is it the number of the governor?
Page?
160.
Oh yes, it's the governor's phone number.
What is the governor telling our junior officers in relation to our deputy governor after they have removed him from the group?
She states that CEO Mutia panga retreat ya sub-county and under the means to chome jeshi.
So the governor is recruiting what that means in our war with the deputy governor.
Yes.
Would you expect a governor familiar with the dignity expected of that office to do that?
It is not expected.
And what does this junior officer tell the governor after he has been told to mobilize the word that means to fight the deputy governor?
He states that I'm almost finalizing the plans, Excellency. Jeshi iko chonjo.
This governor who is organizing this jeshi and the governor we have seen on those videos at Makiri, did she appear to you like someone who is a humble, vulnerable victim? Some good, polite lady who is being harassed for no good cause? Is that the demeanor we saw on those videos?
I don't think so.
The deportment that we can design from these messages so far, is it the deportment of a dignified governor who is a victim of some political witch hunt? Did you see in these texts the tone, language, discernment of a dignified governor?
It isn't.
At page 162, the DG says, or rather the governor says, no, not the governor. Yes, it's the governor. At the top, what does she say?
And DG mobilized fewer levy.
Please tell the Senate this is a message the governor has sent to a WhatsApp group that has junior officers, members of the public, about our own deputy governor. Can you please tell the Senate the translation of what she's saying?
The translation is on page 446 of volume 2, and maybe I can read the translation. Chief of Samutia writes, people are with us, and I am so encouraged. Today, they used police to intimidate our jeshi. Their darkness won't and can't overcome our light. The governor responds, and DG mobilized fewer levy, pamwe vakachore vakamia mbilambo kando kaveigwa, which translates to the deputy governor mobilized a few drunkards. Some people will have to find ways of defecating an avocado seed. You'll hear them.
Does this sound to you like a dignified message by a governor that, according to our constitution and chapter 6 laws, should bring honor and dignity both to our office and that of the DG?
It isn't now, especially considering that this was posted in our WhatsApp group with junior officers to the deputy governor and members of the public, of course.
Again, was this message before or after the event now offered as an explanation for what triggered these very unfortunate messages?
It was way before, there around May of 2023.
4 months before.
Yeah.
Let's go to page 163. There is a post there by a junior officer called Mwangaza responding to the governor's very unfortunate message. What does Mwangaza say?
He states, we few pakavona vaikone.
Again, what in your understanding was this junior officer now saying about the DG?
He is exclaiming and saying that they will suffer the consequences.
Let us go to Kabati, Kaende. At page 165. What does the governor say in response to a junior officer called Ganata?
She states that I've fought many and serious battles. Hiyo yao ni manyunyu. Nitawagaragasa kama kawaida. Just relax and watch the space and concentrate in development. Kabati, kaende. Back me with prayers and seeing deliverance of our Father. He has done it for me, and the promise high end is beautiful.
The governor in her defense says, quote unquote, she is the foremost peacemaker in Meru. Is this message consistent with the person who is the foremost peacemaker in Meru?
The tone and the language used doesn't depict someone who is a peacemaker.
Indeed, as is any of the messages we have so far seen consistent with the governor who in our own words, quote unquote, is the foremost peacemaker in Meru County?
They don't.
In page 166, what does Governor Mwangaza write in response to a junior officer called Kiambiatheru? Let's begin with Kiambiatheru. What does he say that the governor is responding to at the top of page 166?
Kiambiatheru states that our enemies misadvised he, very unfortunate for him, that is in reference to the deputy governor. And then the governor responds by stating, he thinks I'm the type of a person who can be scanned by a useless, childish, mannerless, mobilized group of people with threats. Kwanza nitafinya kieleweke.
Kwanza nitafinya kieleweke. Again, is this the language of a dignified, peaceful, peace-loving governor who is the victim of male chauvinism, who is the victim of Jurincheke, who is a victim? All these things she's saying, it wasn't me, I'm just a victim. Is this message consistent with such a humble, meek, and dignified governor?
It is inconsistent.
This, Let's go to page 167. What does the governor say and what does our county secretary, junior officer, Dr. Kiambi Averu say? What does the governor say that Kiambi is responding to?
The governor states that they want him to recover what? Mtochio invested heavily. Kuweka jina kwa ballot paper.
And what does Kiambi Averu?
The message that Kiambi Averu is responding to is clearly captured in page 170.
Let's go to 170 where it is. Okay.
From the governor, which states they want him to recover. First of all, the governor is responding to CCM Finance, who stated that very true. They are using him, and when done, they will dump him. Very unfortunate. Then the governor states they want him to recover what? Tochio invested heavily. Kuweka jina kwa ballot paper is investment with CEC Finance Shuari. And gratefulness is a curse. Results coming up soon. And then Tochio is the former deputy governor. And then the county secretary responds on page 167 by saying, I am a witness. He contributed nothing to the campaigns. Zero.
Would you consider it in order for the governor to be telling civil servants and junior officers that our deputy contributed nothing, even if we were to assume it is true, for argument's sake, would that be a proper message to be sent to by a governor to a forum like this?
It's not in order.
Is this consistent with our chapter 6? Is this the type of messages governors should be acquitted by the Senate so that they can continue sending them?
It isn't consistent with chapter 6 of the Constitution.
Let's go to page 174. What is the governor telling Monica Kadono, who is a junior officer and specifically the CCM for finance?
The governor is telling the CCM finance, the deputy apewe finance CCM laughable. Omchukue 2027 wapea yeye finance needs.
Let's go to 179. Let's go to 176 first. There is a post there by the governor. Can you read it to the Senate?
Our wajinga tuanyamazie till 2026. Mute completely, concentrate with the development. They want to divert us from our agenda and join the madness. Kama ni kunyorosha, tukamatie chini. Wapige nduru kabisa. I show you direction. Meanwhile, we are here 10 bila breaks.
Is this message consistent with the narrative of a peaceful governor who is a victim of some evil scheme to oust her out of office?
It is inconsistent.
Who are the people she was referring to as wajinga and whom she says nitawanyorosha na kuwakamatia chini?
Other leaders from the great county of Meru.
Should the governor be, for whatever reason, be sending such messages to junior officers and members of the public, even if we were to assume, for argument's sake, she has a valid grievance against other elected leaders?
She shouldn't.
Let's go to 179. What is the governor saying at the top there?
She states, I love this, mwanaume ni kazi, si kujivutavuta na kupigania tusimu twa fitina. Kazi yonge mtakacha mvunguni. She leaves it at that. Then she continues to state, the Bible says, lazy people should not eat and should be denied all benefits similar to eating. Ukisikia mtu analialia ni mzembe, wachana naye akufe.
Who are the people the governor is calling lazy and who should not eat in the context of this message?
It is in reference to the deputy governor.
It is in the reference. Now, again, Mr. Mawira, let's assume for argument's sake, because human beings disagree all the time, let's assume the governor has a genuine grievance against our deputy. Should she be sending this type of message in this type of group?
It is not expected of a person of the stature of a governor.
What does Barrio Nation say in response to the governor?
He says, extremely true, Your Excellency.
Let's go to page 180. No, I meant page 190, Mr. Speaker. What is the governor saying at page 190?
The governor says he is now claiming that he is now claiming that Pesaya office of the governor to be split into two, Lafabu. Ojo akaringo imurungu wengo atetumene in Jesus' mighty name. May Jehovah God, who sees the motive in every move, deal with our enemies speedily in Jesus' mighty name.
And Nchamba Mbethi there, who is the governor's chief of staff, what does Nchamba Mbethi say that the governor is responding to? It is at page 191.
He says, in my opinion, the issues going around the media are really fueled by the DG's silence. We all know well there was no planned trip to US that was cancelled. We all know there is no time that our DG's vehicle has ever been taken away. Our DG silence is really making my people to believe the fake rumors. If DG comes out and clears the air on the fake rumors, the current politics will be a thing of the past. Why do we have to go through hard times and the solution is within us?
Who is Nchamba Mbethi, the author of the post you just read?
He is the chief of staff to the governor.
Let's go back to 181 where the same Nchamba Mbethi is again conversing with the governor in this group. What does Nchamba Mbethi say?
He says, blessed weekend, Our Excellency, we have behaved you 101%. Anyone trying to fight you is fighting us and becomes our enemy immediately.
In your understanding, sir, would a junior officer, and we've asked this question a million times because it's important, would a junior officer be posting these things without the blessing of the governor?
Of course not.
Especially when that junior officer is the governor's own chief of staff?
It is not expected.
So, Bwana Mawira, let's go to 194. What does the governor say in that page?
She states that Ian Ujinga, sponsored by DG, I'm issuing last warning. I don't entertain useless threats. My 15 years in politics have never seen such childishness and ukumbafu.
The next message?
Walinipea 6K, the entire constituency, and DG kituo yake, I was the last. Wanaongea nini sasa?
The next?
You want to eat what you never labored for. It's a curse.
Next?
Sunday was from Imenti, Tony from Imenti, Jordan from Imenti, and many others. Mbona sikusikia community issue, kuweka jina kwa ballot ni kazi. Watu wanatumiwa vibaya na hata wenye wanatumia vibaya hawawezi kukupea even elected MCA.
We could go on and on, Mawira. I think the point is made. Mr. Speaker, I request we play a video in which Nchamba Mbethi is seen on television saying some things about the DG. I believe it is video number 3A in support of count 3. The translation of that video is in page 447, Mr. Speaker, or volume 2.
Gintu kiria mutuma kuthithia gintu kiria ntenda kuga kinya no tuimbije baite ni thairwa iri national keri na toba bingi nationally mutumaga kumira thani ira kurira bwana Peter.
Ajuge wi migambo enchamba ntinda.
It can be paused, Mr. Speaker, so that I ask the question. On the screen, which TV station is airing this show?
It's Vita TV.
Is that a TV station associated with the governor?
Yes, it is owned by our proxies.
Does Nchamba Mbithi in that clip confirm that this TV has national viewership?
Yes, he confirms.
He confirms it's a national television?
Yes.
Who is Nchamba Mbithi in that video?
The Chief of Staff to the Governor.
Which side is he from the video?
Sorry?
Perhaps the video can be run so that I ask the question. It can be rerun. I want you to identify to Mr. Speaker who is Nchamba Mbithi in this video.
Ntenda kuga kinya no tuimbije baite ni thairwa iri national keri na toba bingi nationally mutumaga kumira thani ira kurira bwana.
It can be paused. That's the Chief of Staff on national television, and the transcript is at page 447. In summary, sir, what was Nchamba Mbithi saying on national television about the deputy governor?
In translation, he says, what Mutuma is doing is something I would not want to say here because I know Baita TV as a national audience. Mutuma is defecating on the plate from which he feeds. And Mutuma here is in reference to the deputy governor.
Can you confirm this show happened after the previous impeachment motion, which had a count on unnecessary aggression and vilification of other leaders?
I confirm.
Let's play video number 3B, Mr. Speaker. It's a fairly long video, but we'll crave your leave to play it, Mr. Speaker, because it helps the Senate understand whether indeed the governor is this meek, humble person who is the foremost peacemaker. And if you permit, I can put some of the questions as it plays, Mr. Speaker. We are on count 3, Mr. Speaker.
So they can pause and then you proceed
Yes.
to put the question.
Maybe it can be reversed a little. The transcript of this video is at pages 251 to 252 of our volume 2. Who is the person dancing behind the guy with the guitar?
She's the governor of Meru, Her Excellency Governor Kawira Mwangaza.
And who is the person playing the guitar?
That is the first gentleman of Meru County government, or simply the spouse to the governor of Meru County.
So, Mr. Speaker, now the volume can be increased so that you hear the lyrics. Then I can put my next series of questions. The volume is low, Mr. Speaker. We might not hear the lyrics. the questions. From that, screen, Mr. Mawira, where is this rally being held?
At Kiotine.
Where is Kiotine?
Kiotine is in Igembe.
Is that near the DG's home?
Yes, near Maua.
When was this event held?
On the 28th of August 2023.
Is that before or after the procession the governor is offering to explain our belligerence towards the deputy governor and the other leaders?
Before.
It was before?
Yes.
So does that explanation of us and the video we were shown earlier on offer a valid answer to the charge for vilifying other leaders in the DG?
It does.
Who are these people described in that song as Wenyewivu?
There is the DG and other elected and other leaders from Meru County.
Does that musical performance talk about the previous impeachment proceedings, the lyrics?
It does.
Those lyrics, do they show a person who learned anything from the previous impeachment?
I can state that it doesn't.
Do they show a recalcitrant or a repentant person as far as the previous impeachment is concerned?
It doesn't.
Do the lyrics accuse other leaders of plotting to kill Governor Kawira Mwangaza?
They do.
Would you expect this to be a potential breach of the peace when other leaders are being accused of plotting to kill the governor?
Of course, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, has the governor ever reported any threats to our life in any police station?
I'm not aware of any.
Do those lyrics say that the other leaders want Kawira to assist them to embezzle public funds?
They do.
Is that a fair allegation to make of other elected leaders without good business?
It isn't fair.
Does that video say that the other elected leaders don't want Kawira to assist the weak and vulnerable, described as Wanyonge in the lyrics?
They state so.
Please confirm that this musical performance is happening in an Okole rally.
It is, I confirm.
The branding clearly indicates.
Yes.
Does the governor appear dancing to that music and even gesticulating when you weave Wajinyonge with fingers showing how the other leaders should be beheaded or behead themselves?
Yes, she does enjoy and dance to the music and also demonstrate how the Wanyawivu should nyonga themselves.
In your view, sir, can the governor honestly and in good conscience dissociate herself from this musical performance because they were utterances of her spouse?
She can't.
Should governors be allowed to vilify other leaders this way through their spouses so that if they ask, they say it wasn't me, it was someone else?
They shouldn't.
Do the lyrics describe the other elected leaders as having shetani or demons? Did we hear from the lyrics the other leaders being described as having shetani?
Yes, we had.
Is this video, sir, consistent with the narrative of foremost peacemaker in Meru County,
It isn't.
Who can't hurt a fly. She is the victim of some scheming, to use her own word, some scheming by the DG to take power through the back door.
It isn't consistent.
Does this video accuse other leaders of wanting to embezzle money meant for building roads in Meru?
It does.
Bonamawere, do you know any reason, and you're on oath, that would entitle the governor to hold this type of music performance?
Sorry, come again?
Do you know any justification the governor would have for vilifying other leaders in the manner we have seen in that musical performance?
I wouldn't know why the governor would go to that extent of vilifying and inciting the public against other leaders from Meru County.
The crowds we saw in that video, is it a small or big crowd?
It's a big crowd.
To the best of your knowledge, how often does the governor hold such rallies?
They are held almost every Sunday. Almost every Sunday, that is in the disguise of helping the needy. But I can confirm those rallies are held generally to vilify, demean, and incite the public against other leaders in Meru.
Mr. Speaker, I request we play video number 3C in support of count number 3. The transcript of video number 3C, which we are about to play, is at page 448 of volume 2. No, we don't have a transcript. This one is in Swahili, Mr. Speaker, so it doesn't require a transcript because Swahili is our official language, or the national language. Let's play the video.
Na tunasema hivi tukiwa na mahasras wenzangu ya kwamba Meru County haitatekwa nyara na makatero 10 ambao wanafikiria Meru County. Watu 10 viongozi ambao wanalipa mshahara wa 1 million ama 500 and above hawawezi kumake decision ya kwamba Meru iko katika shimo, whereas we know shida yao ni yao wenyewe binafsi, tumbo zao. Tunakuomba ufungue Meru siku ya leo, Mheshimiwa Rais. Na kuna watu hawajakubali kama nani mama. Kuna watu hawajakubali kama nani mama. Kama vile kuna watu huko juu ambao hawajakubali rais wetu alishauriwa. Hawaamini ya kwamba mtoto ambaye alikuwa anatengeneza makuku ama a simple person ambaye alitoka vijijini anaweza kuwa rais, na wanamsumbua kwa sababu bado hawajaamini kama president wetu Ruto ni rais pamoja na naibu wake. Hivyo ndivyo ilivyo Meru. Kuna matajiri na viongozi wachache ambao hawajaamini ya kwamba walipoteza katika kura ambazo zilipita. Ni vizuri wajipange na waelewe ya kwamba Meru iko na kiongozi, na kiongozi ni gavana. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais, nachukua hii nafasi.
Mr. Karia, to the best of your knowledge, what occasion was this when these utterances were made?
This was a prayer rally attended by the President of the Republic and the Deputy in Lare, that is in Igembe North.
To the best of your knowledge, why did the President and the Deputy organize this trip to Meru?
Sorry?
Would you know the motivation why the President and the Deputy traveled to Meru for this function?
It was a Thanksgiving prayer rally, and also to come and also try to reconcile the leaders of Meru, especially the governor and the deputy governor.
Did this occasion occur before or after the previous impeachment?
After the previous impeachment process.
And that's why the deputy president and the president spearheaded the reconciliation effort, isn't it?
Yes, I can confirm.
So you're confirming the problem in Meru has been addressed to the Council of Governors, to the Senate, all those people you counted, and not even the president himself.
I confirm.
Has that, all these interventions, have they restored sanity in Meru County?
They have not. We are stagnated at one point.
Do you expect speakers in a presidential function to speak in a dignified way about other leaders?
Yes, it is expected.
Did we hear the governor talk about Katel Kumi in this presidential function?
She did.
In the understanding of the ordinary Meru citizen, who are the people she was calling Katel Kumi?
The elected members of parliament and the woman representative of Meru.
Did you hear call these people before the President of the Republic, Makatel?
She did, and stated that it's people who earn 500,000 and above, and also to 1 million Kenya shillings.
Did she also say these are people who only care about their stomachs?
Yes, she did.
Will those be utterances that connote a governor that is peace-loving, that has learned from the previous impeachment process and is just a victim?
They shouldn't.
Let's play video number 3C, or rather 3D, Mr. Speaker. And as I seek your...
Council, just to remind you.
Yes.
That you have 1 hour to go. And bear in mind, you have more witnesses to call. The time that is utilized by the senators, that cannot be part of the 4 hours. So out of the 4 hours so far, you have 1 hour to go.
Mr. Speaker, does that include the time taken by my counterparts to cross-examine my witnesses? Because they took actually more time cross-examining the other witness than we.
Well, that's still within your 4 hours, just like you will be doing when their time comes.
I'll try to do my best, Mr. Speaker, but I also crave for your indulgence. It is because of my consciousness as to time that I'm taking more time with these witnesses, just in case I'm not able to call all the 6. Let's play video number 3D, and Mr. Speaker, I know we expunged. This is the video that inspired the allegory that was misunderstood.
Saitani ashindwe.
Video is page 448 to 449 of volume 2. Let's proceed.
Tusema na yabo kienine Bwana asifiwe. Na ndi nyambo kama tio kabuyo kama utaneze. Kama tako impeachment ya vivi atea. Wewe aditherie. Ta kama aliganiria kwamba bantu kwe bonturia la kalivale. Banturia ndale la meto bichathira. Mukama tio kabuyo akiamba mbaka kobia umaleta. Pena kiangala kenge na kwa kaide kama koroga Mungu abalinga 20-0 na ndi bao kana veja tuekuja tuteku ai kelele ndale akobia kakana pata to makiria no gaidi na thirikari kwa matwira na tulienda 2027 ngugechia mtu chiarie.
Mr. Mawere, what is the governor talking about in that video?
The previous impeachment process.
What is she saying about the previous impeachment process?
That there is nothing that was done to her even after the county assembly impeached her and took her to the Senate.
That nothing happened to her even after?
She was impeached by the county assembly and brought to the Senate. Nothing happened to her, nothing was done to her.
So, Mr. Speaker, that's how my allegory was born, but we can see the last video, 3E.
Vimenti kana no taro na ro taro ukai kami sema ni mreta na mkovu ndiketa mitema ni ugande 6 ndena za vimenti na goe adaga antora kama na u weza kando kama konginye de bejeo bejone kwera musama jeraniga kenda mtuko ngero baro kai kumera kwa kwa ndike sai otora nya sai keba to adio katore na ikrete tenge mawira no mbera kambule no sendreka kwawe inabare kuna speaker masinesi ya 400 mekera gitage ko speaker ya 20 okay ja kutekenya masinesi njaro na kiragita kila tueta kindare matu kimbeje bantu ya watu ramtao okabeka ninja mimi ga tueka na mimi ina ga tueka na ga tueka lakini kaende kabati Bwana asifiwe. Tumeweka ninge kiragita na mazindenzi. Spindi chiro mwanya mwa. Na igen tuweka na mwaka sauti ikaibwa sauti iko halia. Na ishio ukuwa tena bakabunga. Na ina ungere ntuko wenge tore halia. Ndaunga netio hiki nene uolina niwe magasa.
In the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, now that I'm guided by your Mr. Mawira, what was the governor doing as per this video?
She was vilifying the elected member of parliament for South Imenti, as well as other members of parliament from Meru.
To your best of your knowledge, sir, is there any overlap between the duties of governor and those of MPs and the senator, so that the governor is constantly inciting the public again? Is there any conflict of duty or interest? Don't they have very different duties?
They are very different and well stipulated, clearly stipulated for every office order.
As a matter of fact, where is the main workstation of the 9 MPs of Meru? Is it in Meru or here at the parliament buildings?
It's here at the parliament buildings in Nairobi.
Do you know any reason why a member of parliament in Meru, while doing their duties, say in this chamber or the other one, will suddenly hear that the governor is saying nasty things about them in some rally in Meru?
Sorry?
Do you know any reason why the governor will be vilifying a person who is based in Nairobi and while they are doing their duty in Nairobi?
No, I'm not aware.
Paragraph 16A, count 4, you accused the governor of appointing Kenneth Mweti as a chief officer without the approval of the county assembly. Did you make such an accusation, sir?
Yes.
Have you provided any evidence for it?
Yes, the evidence is in pages 271, 296, 295 to 296, 297, 299, and 301 of volume 2.
Let's go to 271. 296. The document begins at 295. Where does this document at 295 say it emanates from?
Office of the Governor.
Office of the Governor. And on the next page, do we have the appointment of this officer, Kenneth Mweti?
Yes, paragraph 12.
Paragraph 12. Does that confirm he was appointed as a chief officer?
Yes, it does.
Is he appointed as a substantive or an acting chief officer?
Sorry?
Based on that document, is that an acting or substantive appointment?
It's substantive since it's not stated that he is acting.
Do such appointments require the approval of the county assembly?
Yes, as it is required by the law.
To the best of your knowledge, has the governor placed any approval of the assembly for this officer?
None whatsoever.
Let's go to 296, 297. What is the document there?
It's a document from the office of the clerk, addressed to the county secretary, that is Dr. Kiambi James Dambura Aderu, in the matter of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the County Governments Act 2012, the County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act 2017, and the County Assembly of Meru standing orders, and in the inquiry of the Sectoral Committee on Labor, Public Services, and Social Welfare, summons.
So, sir, have you provided sufficient evidence to show this person was appointed without county assembly approval?
Yes, I have.
Let's go to 16D, paragraph 16D of your impeachment motion. You accuse the governor of appointing unqualified persons, namely Kenneth Moitriongo, Edwin Mutuma Mrangeri, and Gitabun Kanata as chief officers without competitive recruitment and recommendation of the County Public Service Board. Have you provided any evidence to show this?
Yes, I have.
Let's go to, where is that evidence, sir?
The evidence is on pages 253 to 260, 295 to 296, 322, 325, 326, all the way to 327, 331, 332, 334, 335, and 386 to 389.
Let's go to the appointment of traffic marshals. Have you provided evidence of the appointment of these officers?
Yes, I have.
The governor responds by saying that this office was regularized. And she says it was a joke. That's our response in the county assembly, isn't it?
Yes, they did.
Have we seen her in a video? Mr. Speaker, we can play the video in support of count 4. It's a brief video. That's
safari ya kuainisha mji wa Meru imeanza. Asante sana, asante na ofisi ya gavana. Waiza kazi kuu, shauri pikipiki, na kazi zikuwa kila macho. Kazi kubwa ni kusaidia mji wetu wa Meru, mji wa Nkobo, mji wa Maua, kutoa msongamano wa magari.
Do we see in that video, sir, the governor flagging off traffic marshals?
Yes, it's seen in the video.
Whose duty is it to establish this office?
It's the duty of the County Public Service Board to create offices under the county government's structure.
Now let's go to page 392 of volume 2. What did the County Public Service Board say about the existence of this office?
In a letter addressed to the clerk of the county assembly, in relation to the inquiry, the board or the secretary or the CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board states that the board has not employed any traffic marshals in the county public service.
But on the ground in Meru, Mr. Kari, why was this a problem so that the assembly got seized of it? What were the so-called traffic marshals doing that became of concern to the assembly?
After they were flagged off by the governor, they went around Meru town, arresting offenders and charging them fines irregularly. And there was a petition to the assembly in complaining about the creation of the office of the traffic marshals irregular.
So in summary, sir, other than the video and the document I've shown, what other pages can you refer the Senate to prove this count?
We have pages 394, 398, 409 to 412, 413.
You have in paragraph 16G accused the governor of having a bloated workforce. Have you provided evidence of this?
Yes, on pages 282 to 283, 309, 345 to 352, 353, 357, 359 to 362, and 362 to 382.
Let's go to page 361 to 362 and speak about a particular cadre of staff in the governor's office. How many cleaners are shown there?
That is from number 73 to 93, that is roughly 20.
Page number 73 to?
Entry number 73 to entry number 90. To entry on the next page, to entry number 111.
How many cleaners are those? Would I be right to say they are 38?
Yes, they are.
Let's see how some of these officers styled as cleaners, how they are described on the payroll. Let's pick the officer number 111, Jamal Bundi. He has been described as a cleaner in the recruitment. Now let's go to page 379 and see his payslip. What is his designation?
He is recruited as a cleaner, but his designation is senior support staff.
So the payslip is that of a senior support staff?
Yes.
But the appointment is that of a cleaner?
Yes.
Let's pick another one.
We violated them here. For payslips, we violated them.
At page 381, at the bottom, what is the name of the officer?
Mr. Godfrey Mwenda Mireti.
So this gentleman was also recruited as a cleaner, but his payslip is for what cadre?
Senior support staff.
That officer is number 103, Mr. Speaker, on page 362. Page 382, the officer there is named. There are actually two of them. Not show him.
Miss Faith Kendi Kidinji and Miss Glory Kinya Kinoti.
Would you consider it irregular for officers to be hired as cleaners then paid on the pay grade of senior support staff?
Sorry?
Is it an irregularity to employ persons as cleaners then on the payroll, pay them as senior support staff?
Yes, it is an illegality.
Would you know why this irregularity has been taking place in Meru?
I believe it is for the governor to reward our cronies.
To reward our cronies?
Yes.
Let's go to count number 6. Naming a public road after her husband. Do you have any evidence of this?
Yes, I have.
can do it, but
Have you provided any evidence, sir, to support count 7?
Yes, on pages 442 to 443 of our volume 2.
Count number 21B, contemptuous letter to the assembly in response to lawful summons. Do you have any evidence?
Yes, on page 301. Sorry, 311.
open for 45 the letter by December.
I want us to see the letter that is said to be contemptuous. You earlier on told us that governors and the CECs are obliged to supply documents to the assembly, right?
Yes.
And to honor lawful summons.
Yes, they should.
This letter at page 444 is indicated as emanating from what office? Page 444.
Office of the Governor.
And who is the author at page 445?
The Chief of Staff, stroke Governor's Private Secretary.
Read for us the last paragraph of that letter.
It reads, we hope the above settles the issue, and if you find the urge to summon the Governor to appear before the committee is irresistible, we will respectively urge the Assembly to move to court for constitutional interpretation in view of the foregoing.
The Assembly is being told if it finds the urge to invite the Governor irresistible. Is that how a Chief of Staff should be responding to lawful summons and requests for documents from the Assembly?
No, it is not.
I want us now to check the responses filed by the Governor. So hold the Governor's response. Governor Kawira says some of the charges before the Senate were in previous impeachment motions. To the best of your knowledge, does the law permit the county assembly to reintroduce previous charges?
Yes, according to section 33 of the County Governments Act, it's allowed after 3 months.
If a governor persists in the very conduct that triggered the first impeachment, can the county assembly be faulted for bringing a second, third, or even 10th if the misconduct does not cease?
No, it can't.
The governor has talked about a case, or rather a traditional oathing ritual at paragraph 6 of our response, administered by the Jurincheke to compel the assembly to impeach her. To the best of your knowledge, sir, was there any traditional oathing ritual administered at the Jurincheke shrine as alleged by the governor?
No, because I was at that event and it was a tree planting occasion led by the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and also the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture was present.
So this was a tree planting event. Was it a Jurincheke event?
Of course not. It was an event spearheaded by the Ministry of Environment.
As to the best of your knowledge, sir, does the Jurincheke administer oaths in the presence of non-members?
It doesn't, and I can attest to that because I'm a member of the Jurincheke.
Does the Jurincheke administer oaths in the presence of children?
No, because they are not members of the cultural association.
Were there children in this event alleged to have been an oathing ceremony?
They were present.
But Mr. Mawere, let's assume for argument's sake that Jorincheke somehow got intermingled in this matter. Would you expect the Jorincheke to be concerned if Meru is in a perpetual and apparently insoluble crisis?
They should, because it's a high respected council of elders, and it has no problem, or it is not prohibited from indulging in matters that affect the great people of Meru.
The governor says all these things we alleged against are acts of other officials who should bear their own responsibility. What is your response to that?
Sorry?
The governor at paragraph 12 of our response tells the Senate that this litany of complaints you have against her relates to acts and omissions committed by other county officials. Are these other county officials in the governor's office?
Yes, they are.
Are some of them the governor's immediate siblings?
Yes, they are.
Do governors actually always act in person, or they act through junior officers?
They act through junior officers, of course, appointed by the governor, and others employed by the County Public Service Board.
So if governors in practice do most of their work through delegation to county officials, is it a valid defense to say it wasn't me?
It isn't a valid defense.
Do we have instances in our response where she relies on acts of county officials, but when it is not convenient, she says it wasn't me?
Yes, they are there.
Should she have it both ways? When it suits her, the acts of the county officials should be considered. When it doesn't suit her, they should not be considered.
She can't have it both ways.
Can a governor be heard to say that millions upon millions of county funds paid to our own sister, the secretary of our own chief of staff in our own office, that she somehow was aloof and shouldn't take responsibility for that?
The governor can't allude to that.
The governor says the MCAs have no issue with her at paragraphs 4, 1, 8, and 16, and that you and your colleagues are acting under internal, external influence and intimidation to facilitate a political scheme. Is that correct?
That is not true.
Is she the foremost peacemaker in Meru, as she says at paragraph 17 of her defense?
It has been illustrated she is not.
She says the public participation was a sham. Has she identified any specific shortfall of that public participation?
None.
She says she's been rated among the top 10 best performing governors in Kenya. What is your response?
I think that is a report that has just been produced the other day, and I believe it was tailor-made to suit this case, because previously we have seen other independent bodies also rate the governor, like the timely survey that ranked the governor position 40 out of 47 in Kenya. So there is a...
Did the governor disclose that she was relying on this survey produced just after the impeachment, that there was another survey also ranking her 40 out of 47?
No.
So she is happy to have the survey ranking her highly considered, but not the one ranking her in the bottom?
Yes, that is true.
But let's assume, for argument's sake, Mr. Mawira, that indeed the governor was rated, and validly so, as one of the best performing. Would that mean she didn't commit any of the acts she is accused of?
There is not evidence contrary to, or evidence to adduce that she has not committed any crime.
If those acts are impeachable, would they cease to be impeachable because she is the best performing governor?
No way.
Let's go to our specific responses. She says you have not adduced any evidence to support the count 1 on misappropriation and misuse of county funds. What is your response?
That is not true because we have used evidence in our volume 2.
As a matter of fact, is there anything else in volume 2 other than evidence?
No, it's the Assembly's evidence.
She says Celestio Mutuma is misrepresenting and misreading the entries on the IFMIS report. To the best of your knowledge, did the governor produce any other IFMIS report other than the one before the Senate?
No.
As a matter of fact, in our defense, is the governor relying on that same IFMIS report?
She's relying on the same IFMIS extract.
Can she rely on the IFMIS report we have when it favors her, but disown it when it doesn't favor her?
Sorry?
Can she urge the Senate to accept the IFMIS report to the extent that it exonerates her, but to reject it to the extent that it shows wrongdoing on her part?
As long as it is the same report she's relying on, she can't.
She says she did not use her relatives to embezzle public funds. Did we take the Senate through millions upon millions of shillings taken by her relatives as prepayments?
Yes, we have already taken the Senate through that part of the evidence.
She says the matter is before EACC. I don't know, another matter is in court, another matter is in some other forum. To the best of your knowledge, sir, does the pendency of any complaint or inquiry preclude the county assembly or the Senate from impeaching a governor if they are persuaded that the governor has fallen short of the standard required under Chapter 6?
No, because the Assembly's oversight role doesn't depend or is not conditioned on what the ACC is doing. And also, I believe the Senate's powers.
Would you consider the governor to be sufficiently proximate to all these persons who withdrew 78 million shillings from the county irregularly?
Yes, they are close. People who are very close to the governor.
Why do you say they are very close?
Some are relatives and others work in office that is under the office of the governor.
A governor who is unaware that the whole 78 million shillings has been siphoned from the county, would that strike you as a diligent governor?
No.
Would that strike you as a competent governor?
Of course not.
How many times does the secretary to the governor's chief of staff appear on the IFMIS report receiving prepayments contrary to PFM laws? How many times?
She appears 87 times.
87 times?
Yes.
And the total amount paid to her regularly per that IFMIS, whose authenticity is not an issue, is how much?
21,868,944 shillings.
How many times does Lydia Nkatha appear? The one you say as an entanglement with the chief of staff?
8 times.
8 times. As does withdrawn how much?
3,606,400 shillings.
The governor has produced some vouchers and impressed, and indeed our answer is that these payments to our sister were impressed she takes on behalf of other people. Is that a valid defense according to your understanding of these documents?
It is not.
Are those impressed the governor has submitted, signed by the relevant officers?
They are not supported or signed by the relevant officers like the director of accounts and also the chief of finance. And also the examiner has not signed the relevant supporting document that she provided.
Even incomplete as they are, out of the 78 million, how much has the governor accounted for?
On average 2 million.
2 million?
Yes.
Jane Karimikaevia, We are told we misrepresent hospitality for hospital. First of all, does the motion misrepresent hospitality payments as payment for hospital supplies?
No, it does not.
As a matter of fact, does the impeachment motion mention hospital?
Nowhere does the impeachment motion mention hospital.
You are told you have accused, or you say Jane Karimikaivia is a relative of the governor. Is there any place we have said she is a relative of the governor?
Nowhere, the motion.
The same for Catherine, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's interrogate the defense of per diems and interests. Will that explain the 107 irregular payments, stalled prepayments on IFMIS?
It doesn't.
The vouchers and interest that the governor has produced, do they explain the big payments to our sister and other relatives, or they focus on the petty payments?
It doesn't, because I think they conveniently focus only on the small payments, and that account for only 2 million out of the 78 million that they have alleged to misappropriate.
As a matter of fact, sir, we are still interrogating whether these were interest for per diem. Does the IFMIS report indicate payments that are per diems?
Sorry?
Are there specific payments indicated on the IFMIS as accommodation and domestic travel?
Yes, there are some.
Like on what pages?
Pages 17.
Yes.
21, 22, 27, 28 of our volume 2.
So if there are specific entries for per diems, can the governor be heard to say that the unexplained prepayments are also per diems when the system has a way of capturing per diems?
No, they can't.
To the best of your knowledge, can an officer hold more than one imprest at a time?
Of course not, because it is against the PFM regulations of 2015.
Which regulation in particular?
Regulation 93, 4B, and 8 of the Public Finance Management.
So if an officer cannot hold more than one imprest at a time, what do we make of situations where we see the governor's relatives receiving several prepayments on the same day? Wouldn't that mean they were holding several imprests on that day?
Yes, they were.
As a matter of fact, can we see on the IFMIS instances where the governor's relatives were paid 6 times on the same day, 8 times on the same day, 5 times on the same day?
Yes, and the evidence is on pages 17 to 29 of volume 2.
The imprest the governor has submitted, are they all accompanied by signing sheets?
Most of them are not.
Most of them are not.
Yes.
The claim that an officer receives imprest on behalf of an entire delegation, would it require each member to sign the signing sheet, even if one officer received the money in its entirety?
Yes, individually they should.
Has that been shown?
No.
Does the law permit use of imprest to make huge payments of money?
It doesn't allow.
As a matter of fact, imprest is confined to small payments that are done routinely and therefore cannot conveniently be paid through the ordinary payment system, isn't it?
That is true.
So would it then be a valid answer given the law on when imprest can be used? Would it be a valid answer to be told that 107 prepayments amounting to 78 million shillings were done by way of imprest that we have not even seen?
No, that would be abuse of imprest.
Did the governor produce the imprest she has now produced before the Senate, before the county assembly?
They blatantly refused to.
She blatantly refused.
Yeah.
You told us they are not signed. I want you to show us a few that are not signed by the validating officers. Please show the Senate.
Pages 93.
Mr. Speaker, we're referring to the governor's bundle.
Yes.
The one with the blue pages.
93. On that particular payment voucher for Rose Kenya, who is
This
the
is a payment to the governor's sister, right?
sister, amounting to 25,400. The payment voucher has not been signed by the examiner. That is examination. The payment voucher has not been signed by the Director of Accounts or CEO of Finance.
Let's go to the one, the payment voucher at page 108. Is it signed by the examiner?
No, it is not.
Who is it issued to?
Rose Kenya, the governor's sister.
Is it signed by the accounting officer?
No, it is not.
Let's go to the one at page 131. Who is it issued to?
The one that at page 108
yes,
is only signed by the AIE holder, who is the COS, indicating the Chief of Staff.
Okay.
Yes.
And the one at page 131, who is it issued to?
Rose Kenya, the governor's sister.
Is it signed by the Director of Accounting or Chief Finance Officer?
No, it is not.
Let's go to the one at page 120. It shows voucher number 68458 was issued in the name of who?
Rose Kenya.
That voucher, according to the IFMIS extract at page 23 of our volume 2, to whom was the money paid?
It was paid to Kadhure Rokaria Catherine.
Is that an irregularity where the governor's sister is the one who surrenders the purported imprest? But on IFMIS, the money is misrepresented as being paid to Catherine.
Yes, it is an irregularity.
Does this show why even people who are not the governor's relatives, the impeachment motion still accuses the governor?
Sorry?
Does this show the connection between the governor's relatives and other irregular payments to third parties?
Yes, it does.
Let's still stick to that payment to Catherine Rokaria. How much amount is indicated on IFMIS?
On the IFMIS extract, it is indicated $107,500 shillings.
How about the one indicated on the governor's voucher for that payment? How much is indicated?
117,600.
There is a variance of over 10,000, isn't it?
Yes, there is.
Would this constitute fraudulent accounting?
Yes, it is.
Let's come to the specific embezzlement. Let's look at the acceptance of the interest on page 282 of the governor's volume. That is a signing sheet for a journey of how many days, sir?
2 days.
2 days. The cover letter is on the previous page, which is page?
281.
281. Who are the people going on this journey?
Her Excellency Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, the governor, Miriam Gwantai, the personal assistant, who is also the sister to the governor, Rose Kinya, a security officer to the governor, who is also sister to the governor, Kenneth Murangiri, a driver, indicated as a driver, and Moses Kubania, indicated as a...
Who is Kenneth Murangiri indicated there?
He is the brother to the governor.
So let's now hold the thought, Mr. Mawere. The journey is for 2 days. The signing sheet is for 2 days. Let's find whether the governor and the delegation went for 2 days at page 284. That's the work ticket for that is supporting that interest. On that day of 7 February, sorry, where does it say the vehicle traveled to and from?
Traveled to Meru, from Meru to Nairobi and back.
Above it shows that vehicle was in Meru the previous day, isn't it?
Yes.
And after it shows it was also in Meru the following day, isn't it?
The following day on 8th, the vehicle was traveling from Meru to Lare, which is in Meru County, and back.
So if the governor and our relatives signed interest for 2 days for a 1-day journey by their own documents, would that be embezzlement of county funds?
Yes, it is, since they were in Nairobi for they didn't spend even a night in Nairobi, they traveled to Nairobi and back, and then they claim facilitation for 2 days.
The governor, has she submitted any supporting document for these impressed and surrender, such as an hotel booking?
Sorry?
Has she submitted supporting documents like hotel bookings?
None whatsoever.
Boarding passes?
None.
Receipts for vehicle fuel?
None.
Any other document that would be required to validate an interest?
There is none.
Would that explain why our own officers have refused to validate those interests?
Yes, it explains why.
Let's look at the work ticket number 824-574 at page 276 of the governor's bundle. What is the number, the serial number of that work ticket, sir?
824-547.
824?
574, sorry.
574. What is the dates, which month are the dates appearing on that work ticket on that page?
From 1st of January 2023.
Yes.
All the way to 22nd of January 2023.
Let's go to pages 118. Is the serial number the same as the one we've read?
Just a minute.
Page 118 of the governor's bundle.
Yes, the serial number is the same, 824-574.
That same work ticket also appears at page 129, right?
Yes, it does.
And both on pages 118 and 129, the dates are in February, right?
The one on pages 118 covers from 1st of February to 19th of February. The one on pages 129 also covers from 1st of February to 20th of February. And among the entries from, there is an entry on 16th, 18th and 19th. That is the one on page 129.
Yes, see the one on page 129. The entries are?
Page 129, the entries are from 1st of February.
Yes.
To 20th of February. But along the entries, there is a single day that has not been indicated, and that is, they have only indicated 16th of February.
Then jump to 18th,
They
right?
jump to 18th of February.
Then gone to 19th.
Yes.
Then gone to 20th.
Yes.
And on the second page, it goes to?
On the second page, it goes back to 17th.
It goes back to 17th.
Yes.
Is that a natural chronology of events, or this is an exposed falsification of this document?
It is not. Maybe these are forged documents to try and support the irregularities.
So let's go to page 104 of the governor's document and hold it together with page 204. Can you confirm it is the same work ticket number 824574?
Just a minute.
We are requesting, Mr. Speaker, you hold on the governor's bundle pages 104 together with 204.
Pages 104, the serial number is that 824,574.
It is the same work ticket?
Yes.
And the dates are in which month?
The dates on the work ticket on pages 204 start from 1st of March to 18th of March.
Let's now go to page 189 of the governor's bundle. Is it the same work ticket?
It's the same work ticket.
And the dates are in which month?
1st of April to 23rd of April.
So, Mr. Mawere, we have seen the same work ticket being given to the Senate in the answer to the charge for misappropriating county funds. Is it possible for a vehicle as busy as the governor's to use the same work ticket from January to February to March to end of April? Is that something the Senate should seriously believe?
The Senate should not believe that because considering how busy our governor is, they can't use the same work ticket for the whole month.
How many times, sir, and how many imprests have been justified using this single work ticket, number 824574? How many times has it been used to explain different imprests by the governor?
They are used 17 times.
It has been used 17 times.
Yes.
Can a single work ticket account for 17 different imprests?
No, it can't.
Running across 4 months?
It can't.
Can you tell the Senate very quickly the pages where you say it has been used 17 times? We don't have to go through each of them given the time.
On the governor's bundle, pages 104, 118, 129, 138, 150, 189, up to pages 327.
17 times?
Yes.
Let's look at the work ticket number 810977 at page 319 of the governor's bundle.
Page?
319.
Yes.
That work ticket has a column for signing by the authorizing officer, number and signature of person authorizing the journey. Is any of those journeys authorized?
None that is authorized.
Is it fair to postulate the reason it is not signed by the authorizing officer is because this document is not a genuine document?
Yes, it's true.
Who is the purported authorizing officer as per that page?
Kenneth Morangiri, who is the brother to the governor.
Mr. Speaker, can I beg and plead you give me at least 30 minutes? I said this is my most critical witness. I can live with the inability to call the others, but I crave, if you give me 30 minutes to an hour, would be eternally grateful to you.
Are you therefore saying that if you're given 30 more minutes,
yes,
you'll conclude with this witness and forgo the others? Is that
I'm not saying
request?
that, Mr. Speaker. I'm just, and I know it's an impossible situation for everyone. Unfortunately, the rules only provide a single day where it is not humanly possible, a matter this serious, to address it within those times. I would beg you, if it finds favor with you, we can even push the hours and allow me to call at least one more or two more witnesses. I clearly can't call all the 6, given how the time is moving, but if you give me 30 minutes with this one and allow me to call at least 2 more, I'll be more than grateful.
How long do you intend to be with the remaining 2, the ones that you intend to call?
The others, you know, Mr. Speaker, this one is the main witness. The others will be speaking to very specific allegations. I don't see any of them taking, if you go by the time we took with the first witness, on our part, we took around 15 to 20 minutes with them. The only reason the session ran into an hour is because the cross-examination was longer, and we also took more session for interjections from the senators.
So if I give you half an hour to conclude with this witness,
yes,
and then I give you 20 minutes within which to conclude with your remaining 2 witnesses, will that be fair?
If you give me 2 for purposes of examination in chief for the other 2 witnesses, if you give me 20 minutes for purposes of exam in chief for each, it should be enough. But again, I can't take responsibility for how long the cross-examination for each of them.
Just speak for yourself. I'll come to the...
I'll take 20 for the other 2, 20 each.
Okay.
Yes.
So then the 4-hour time period given to you has terminated at 7:13. So I'm going to grant you the 30 minutes to conclude with this witness. We will deal with the governor's lawyer when he's on his feet.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker. You have been told at paragraph 1.1.11 of the governor's response that there is no evidence linking Kenneth Gwantai to misuse of county funds, and his name does not appear in the IFMI's extract. Is that defense of the governor consistent with the evidence on record?
No, because the evidence is there to see on pages 20, 22, and 24 of the IFMI's extract.
So who again is Kenneth Gwantai?
Brother to the governor.
So when the governor says he doesn't appear on the IFMI's as receiving money and it's there in black and white, is that a serious defense?
It is not, since it is a misrepresentation of facts.
It is said that you, sir, you yourself of all people, made a Facebook post defending the governor that you now are asking the Senate to remove from office. What is your answer?
Yes, I did, but my support doesn't give the governor leeway to breach the law. And also, the support came in before I was seized of the facts before this Senate and the Assembly.
Did you have the benefit of these extract IFMIs At the time you made this Facebook post?
No.
Did you have the benefit of the documents down before the Senate when you made this Facebook post?
No.
This one we can skip. It is said, sir, that again you, the Speaker, and Honorable DMK made contributions to Okolea. You contributed 100 shillings, one of you gave a goat, and here you are complaining about Okolea. What is your response?
Even if it were true, it doesn't explain what county government vehicles were doing at an Okolea rally.
Let's begin. First of all, is it true? Did you contribute to that Okolea kitty? And did the Speaker and the Honorable DMK make contributions to it?
I may not speak for the others, but I did.
You did?
Yes.
Would the fact that you made that contribution diminish the gravity of the offenses the governor is said to have committed in those rallies?
It doesn't in any way.
The governor says she has a video in which she gives a disclaimer that Okolea is separate from the official functions. Is that a valid answer to?
No, it is inconsistent with the evidence that you have adduced.
She tells you if county officials attended the Okolea rally, they did so in their private capacities as members of Baite Fellowship. Who runs this Baite Fellowship?
It's the governor of Meru and her spouse.
So the governor and her spouse run a fellowship which is attended by, she admits, county staff attends Okolea rallies. Is that a valid defense?
It is not valid.
Doesn't that defense actually confirm the involvement of county staff in Okolea operations contrary to promises made by this Senate less than a year ago?
Yes, it does.
The governor says she didn't misrepresent her relatives as a technical team. Does the evidence support her?
It does not.
Does the record say in black and white that they are designated as a technical team?
They were designated as a technical team and by none other than the county secretary of the government of Meru and the end of public service.
The governor says she did not make this China trip because the relatives she sent were an advanced team who discovered the company was not linked to the Chinese government. To the best of your knowledge, did the governor seek any travel clearance?
No, she did not.
Is that consistent with the governor who actually intended to travel in the first place?
It is inconsistent because in the first place, the governor should have been in the letter or in the list that was sent to seek for clearance to travel.
She tells you no public funds were lost on the trip to China. What is your response?
Even though in whatever case, even there was no money that was lost, the county lost a great opportunity, considering that it is a high cancer, incidence cancer in Meru. The county lost a great opportunity to address that problem for the great people of Meru.
The governor draws a account.
So it's public knowledge that whenever you travel, even if the cost of the trips are covered by the company, those who are traveling are paid a quota per diem.
Would you consider the loss of opportunity greater than perhaps even the loss of money,
yes,
given the incidence of cancer in Meru?
Yes, I would.
You are told, Mr. Chair, I'll let my colleague exhaust the remaining bit. I've been studying for quite some time.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Boniface Mawera, and I will proceed with the examining chief.
Mr. Mawera, turn with me to page 347 of the governor's bundle. Are you there? What letter do you see at page 347?
It's a letter from Office of the County Secretary in regards to deployment of NEFAT Kinyameme.
Okay. Did the county secretary have the powers to appoint Nefat Kinyua as Director External Partnerships?
No, unless the powers were delegated by the County Public Service Board, which is not indicated.
As the governor annexed any authority to show his powers were delegated by the County Public Service Board?
None whatsoever.
Is this the same Nefat who was in the Chinese trip?
He is the same person.
And the brother-in-law to the governor?
Yes.
Okay. Turn with me to page 287 of our volume 2. I think it begins at page 284 of our volume 2. What document do you see there?
There is an advert from by the Office of the County Public Service Board.
In which office?
Office of the Governor.
So the advertisement is for recruitment in the Office of the Governor?
Yes.
Turn now to page, Honorable Speaker, you can turn with me to page 287. At page 287, you can see the advertisement for the recruitment of the Director External Affairs.
Yes.
Which job group?
Job group R.
Okay. The qualifications? The requirements for appointment, rather?
Served in a comparable and relevant position for a minimum period of 5 years.
Experience of 5 years, right?
Yes.
In a comparable and relevant position for 5 years?
Yes.
And a university degree and a Roman 2, B2?
Yes.
Okay. Then turn with me again to page 89. Of our volume 2, still volume 2. It begins at page 88. After that advertisement, the County Public Service Board shortlist, this is a shortlist for the officers in the Office of the Governor, correct?
Yes, it is.
And at page 89, you can see the persons who are shortlisted for the position of Director External Linkages.
Yes, they are indicated.
And the name of Nefat is not among those people.
It is not.
What is the date on page 88 of our bundle? What is the date of that shortlist?
It written 6th September 2023.
6th September 2023. The letter we saw on the governor's bundle at page 347, I want you to clarify the date. When is it dated?
Just a moment. It's dated 9th March 2023.
9th March of 2023.
Yes.
And you've confirmed a moment ago that the county secretary did not have powers to appoint this director?
Yes, I confirm.
Is it your evidence that the county secretary in so doing was usurping the powers of the county public service board?
Yes, they did.
Okay. At page 287 of our bundle, we have seen that the position, or rather the job for director, is job group R, correct?
Yes, it is.
Turn with me to page 343 of the governor's bundle. What document has the governor produced in that bundle?
It's a no file of appointment letter.
Who is it addressed to?
Effort Kenya Meme.
In paragraph 1, what is the job group of Nefat Kenya Meme?
He is employed in the position of pharmaceutical technologist, job group H.
So, Mr. Mawira, could a person who was employed in job group H be appointed to act as a director in job group R?
No, that is an illegality.
What is the possible explanation for this irregularity?
You are not supposed to be appointed to act in any position that you are not qualified to.
Would you say that the only reason why Nefat is clearly favored and he jumps from job group H to job group R is because he has a relationship with the governor's sister?
Yes, I can confirm.
Okay. And with me to page 384. Honorable Speaker, you can turn with me to page 384 of our volume 2. We can begin at 295 and 296 of our volume 2. What document is at page 295 and 296?
Is a notice of redeployment from the office of the governor.
It is issued by which office?
Office of the governor.
Is it actually a redeployment or appointment of chief officers?
It's appointment.
And I remember you during your examination in chief by Mr. Modom, you said that for the appointment of chief officers, the county public service board must be involved.
Yes, it must. And also,
it is actually the county public service board that recommends the appointments to the governor.
It recommends and it also creates those offices.
It creates those officers, advertise, they recruit.
Yes.
Then they forward the names or they submit the names to the office of the governor for formal appointment.
That is the procedure.
So could the governor purport through the county secretary, because at page 296, the letter is signed by the county secretary for the governor. Could the governor purport to appoint these chief officers without the involvement of the county public service board?
No, that is illegal.
And as a county public service board actually disowned those appointments?
Yes, they have.
Where is evidence?
The evidence is on page.
And down to 384 for purposes of in the interest of time. 384 of our volume 2, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, the evidence is on page 384 on a letter addressed to the clerk of the county assembly.
Who has written that letter? In whose letterhead is it issued?
Office of the County Public Service Board and signed by the Secretary or the CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board, who is the CPA Virginia Kawira.
At paragraph 4 of that letter, what does the board say, the County Public Service Board?
It states that the board is the appointing authority according to section 64 of the of County Governments Act. The board, however, was not involved in the appointment of the acting chief officers as per the act.
So the board actually confirms that it was not involved in these appointments?
Yes.
Is that an irregularity?
It is an irregularity.
At page 295, I'll take you back to page 295 of our volume 2, Honorable Speaker. And specifically, the number 18 on page 296, the appointment of Kenneth Mweti Riongo. Is he appointed to in an acting capacity or a substantive appointment?
It is a substantive appointment since it is not indicated if it's it's not indicated if it's in an acting capacity.
Would such a substantive appointment require the approval of the County Assembly?
It requires.
Was that approval obtained?
No.
And for argument's sake, Mr. Mawira, the governor said in a response that it is actually the county secretary is the one who made these appointments. As by law, the County Governments Act, can a county secretary appoint chief officers?
It's not possible, and even it's still contrary to what we have, because the letter is signed by the county secretary for Her Excellency the Governor.
For the governor?
Yes.
So could the governor lawfully, even if we are to assume that she delegated his authority, could the governor lawfully delegate the mandate to appoint chief officers to a county secretary?
The law does not allow that to envisage the same.
Is a statutory mandate to appoint chief officers not vested in the person of the governor?
It is.
Still on these two pages, page 295 and 296 of our volume 2. Who is qualified? I want you to explain to the Honorable Speaker and to the Honorable Senators, who is qualified to act as a chief officer?
According to?
I'm asking from the persons who have been appointed here as chief officers. For example, you can turn to page 296, number 17. We see Gitobun Kanata to move from Meru Municipality to Department of Lands to perform the functions of chief officer. And my question to you is, can a person who is not a chief officer be appointed to act as a chief officer in another department?
No, because it requires vetting and approval by the County Assembly.
So it is your evidence that only a person who has been appointed, who is already a chief officer in the first place, can be appointed to act as a chief officer in another department?
Yes.
And by corollary, in the national government, only a PS can be appointed to act in another state department?
That is true.
So if you are not a chief officer in the first place, having been vetted and approved by the County Assembly, you cannot be appointed to act as a chief officer in another department?
That is true.
So what would you say then of the appointment of Gitobun Kanata at number 17?
It's an illegal appointment.
Number 15 of Christopher Mugunda?
It's also illegal.
Number 2, that is the nephew, Edwin Murangiri.
It's in contravention of the law.
Who is Edwin Murangiri? At number 2, page 295.
The nephew to the spouse of the governor.
So, is it regular for a person who is already in another department, that is merit service, as a semi-autonomous government agency, is it regular for them to move from a saga to the public service?
It's irregular.
And take over the role of acting chief officer?
It's irregular.
Okay. And from the governor's bundle, at page 348, turn with me to page 348. That is the appointment letter of Edwin Murangiri.
Yes, it is.
In 2017.
Yes.
And he was in job group K.
Yes.
So is it regular for a person in job group K, just as I've seen for NEFAT, for a person in job group H to jump the stairs or the ladder and to become a chief officer, which is the highest rank in the county public service? Is it regular?
No, it is not.
Okay. Honorable Speaker and the senators and the honorable senators, turn with me to page 360 of our volume 2. Actually, from page 359, I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker, from page 359. You have alleged that the governor has appointed a bloated workforce, specifically in the office of the governor.
Yes, it's true.
And from this, from page 359, at the top of the page, this document that is provided by the County Public Service Board, what is the title?
Summary of appointed persons in the office of the governor from August 2022 to date.
So these are persons appointed in the office of the governor from August 2022 when she took over of office to date.
Yes.
And by to date, it is as at 9th of October of this year.
Yes, because this was when the County Public Service Board gave us this list.
And the County Public Service Board communicated to the Assembly.
Yes.
By the letter appearing on page 354, Honorable Speaker, page 354 of our volume 2. This is a letter where the County Public Service Board attaches a list of all the appointed officers in the office of the governor. At page 360, how many information officers can you count? At page 360.
They are 10 in number.
10 in number. Is it reasonable for a governor to have 10 information officers?
It's not reasonable.
And I remember during examination in chief, you said on page 361 and 362, there are 38 cleaners in the office of the governor.
Yes, they are.
Turn with me to page, Honorable Speaker, turn with me to page 369, 370 of our volume 2. At page 3, what documents are there? From page 369 to page 370.
They are pay slips.
Pay slips for what job designations?
Public communications officer.
The job designation is public communications officer.
Yes.
And how many are they?
They are 6 in number.
They are 6 in number. Honorable Speaker, turn with me to page 261 of our volume 2. Okay. That is a notice for shortlist and interview schedule. Correct?
Yes.
At page 268. At page 268. How many positions rather are advertised for? Because there is a short list for public communication officers 2 and 3.
The ones who are shortlisted are 17 in number.
The ones who are shortlisted are 17 in number.
19 in number.
19 in number.
Yes.
But turn with me to page 293 of our volume 2. The document begins at page the document begins at page 284, Honorable Speaker. It is advertisements for recruitment to the office of the governor. At page 293, how many positions have been advertised?
Only 3 positions.
Only 3 positions. What is the job designation?
Public Communications Officer 2 and Public Communications Officer 3.
So for Public Communication Officer 2 and 3, only 3 vacancies are available?
Yes.
Okay. And at page 268, we've seen that 19 persons were shortlisted.
Yes.
At page 268 of our volume 2?
Yes.
Okay. Then turn with me to page, still on our volume, to pages to page 361 of our volume 2. And I want you to read out, or rather to count, the public communication officers who are appearing in that page. That is number 60, number 67, number 68, and 69. How many are those?
They are 4.
There are 4. There are 4 officers, right?
Yes.
Who have been recruited as per this summary provided by the County Public Service Board for all the staff in the office of the governor from August last year to date.
Yes.
Okay. So there were actually 3 vacancies. You will agree with me. From page 293, there are only 3 vacancies.
Yes.
19 were shortlisted on page 268.
Yes.
4 are appearing on that, have been recruited.
Yes, 4 have been recruited.
As per the summary by the County Public Service Board.
Yes.
So 1 extra person was recruited over and above the vacancies that are available.
That's true.
Of the 4, how many appear in that shortlist? The 4 are Kaberia, number 60, Honorable Speaker, on page 361 of our volume 2. There is Kaberia Andrew Bundi. There is Murithi Samuel Murithi, Michobu Dominic Mureke, and Kiambi Christas Mangara. How many actually appear in the short list at page 268? To save the time, it is only 1.
Kaberia Andrew Bundi.
Kaberia Andrew Bundi is the only public communication officer who was actually shortlisted and recruited.
That's true.
So the other 3 who have been hired were not even shortlisted.
Yes.
Turn with me now to page 369 and 370, and you will see the pay slips. How many pay slips can you count for public communication officers? 369 and 370. At 369, there is one for Andrew Kaberia Bundi, correct?
Yes.
There is one for Tony Mbrugo.
Yes.
There is one for Purity Kajuju.
Yes.
There is one for Ergi Kunda.
Yes.
One for Frida Gakturi Kinoti.
Yes.
And one for Naomi Kinya.
Yes.
So 6 persons are being paid. Yet there are only 3 vacancies. And of the 19 who are shortlisted, only 1 was hired.
That is true.
Is that not a glaring irregularity?
It is a glaring irregularity on the part of the office of the governor.
Okay.
Council, your time is up. So can you wind up, please?
Very, very well, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence. I'll not take more than 3 minutes. You have been told in the governor's response, and in the interest of time, I will not point you out to the specific page. You've been told that the DG has been absent in only 2 out of the 9 cabinet meetings. Yet, they say that the DG has abdicated his responsibility. Are those 2 defenses compatible, or are they not inconsistent with each other?
They are contradicting each other, and the DG has been absent from cabinet meetings since May, as per his own affidavit and the evidence that he gave under oath to the assembly.
Okay. And we took you through the screenshots of the WhatsApp groups,
And your allegation as per the motion was that the DG was, the governor condoned insubordination by demeaning the DG in front of his subordinates, junior staff.
That is true.
The governor in a defense will confirm that a defense is that this group was not just for junior officers, what admins, sub-county admins, chief officers, but also for members of the public. Correct?
That's correct.
What is your comment on that?
That makes the matter more grave, because if the governor can use such ones on a dingy in front of members of the public, then it is very unfortunate.
So it aggravates the situation. Yes. It makes an already bad situation worse.
Yes.
Okay. In summation, your closing remark. What would you like to say? Or what would you want the Senate to do to the people of Meru?
I pray to this honorable House to listen and interrogate the evidence that the Assembly has submitted and make their decision based on the evidence that they have adduced. Because last time, from the report of the Senate, the Assembly was told that we did not prove our case, and therefore I asked the Senate to save the people of Meru from the problems they are facing.
And you confirm that you have evidence running into 448 pages in our volume 2?
Yes, I confirm.
Very well. That is all in examination in chief, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for your indulgence. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Counsel for Governor. You may now proceed to do your cross-examination. Counsel, before you start, maybe by indication, how much time do you think you will require to do the cross-examination?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For record purposes, my name is Elias Mutuma, counsel representing the governor. I note that the witness that has just left the stand has taken close to 4 hours in examination in chief for parity of arms, and to ensure that I impeach each and every allegation, and also to have time to play some of the videos that are going to disagree with some of the assertions. I'll not need less than 2.5 hours to do my cross-examination. It's only fair that the governor is given a chance to defend herself through cross-examination. It is what she came here to do, Honorable Speaker, sir. 2.5 hours in the minimum.
You have 2 hours. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Mawira, good evening.
Good evening, Counsel.
You are the mover of this motion?
Yes, I am.
That so the governor get impeached at the county assembly. You have accused the governor of misappropriation and misuse of county resources. Specifically, you accuse the governor of, among other things, embezzling county funds through her sisters, namely Rose Kina Gwantai, Miriam Gwantai, brother Kenneth Gwantai, Murangeri, brother-in-law Nefat Kenywa, and the nephew to the governor's husband, that is Edwin Mutuma Murangeri. Those, you call them the governor's relatives. Is that your position?
Yes.
Confirm that in your notice of motion for impeachment, at no time did you term one Kadure Rukaria as a governor's relative.
I did not.
You did not. Neither did you term one Jane Karemi as the governor's relative.
I did not.
Thank you. Let us go to, I will come back to Rose and Kenneth and Miriam. But let's go to Nefat Kenywa. It was your assertion that Nefat is a relative to the governor.
Sorry?
You did tell the county assembly and the members of the Senate that Nefat Kenywa is a relative to the governor.
Yes, in relation to that, they have an affair with the governor's sister.
I want you to read page 6 of your notice of motion. How do you describe
Page?
Nefat Kenywa?
Page?
Page 6. We're talking about Nefat Kenywa, not Edwin. How do you describe Nefat Kenywa?
Paragraph?
It's that page 6 of volume 1 of the county assembly's document. How do you describe Nefat Kenywa?
Brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law.
Yes.
What would that mean? That Nefat is married to one of the governor's sisters?
Yes.
Is that still your position?
It is.
What is the evidence you brought before the county assembly and before this Senate to confirm that Nefat Kenywa is married to Miriam?
I said it is in public knowledge, and it is also alleged that when they travel to China, they spend in one room.
So there are two sources of information, what you call public knowledge and
public knowledge, and also pictures circulating on social media.
Have you brought the photos that circulate on social media?
I have them, maybe.
Have you brought them to the Senate?
I have them, but unfortunately they were not adduced to...
You did not. And this other source called public domain, have you brought that public domain to the Senate for the Senate to be able to confirm that fact?
Anyone in Meru knows that who can confirm it's true.
Anyone in Meru. But with the senators here, know that Nefat is the husband to Miriam.
I'll share the photos that I have with the senators.
So you have no evidence whatsoever before the Senate, neither did you produce any evidence at the county assembly to prove that fact. Yes or no?
Sorry?
You did not produce any piece of evidence to confirm that Nefat is married to Miriam, either the Senate or at the county assembly. Yes or no?
There is none that is adduced to the evidence.
There is none that is adduced to the evidence. So then that assertion remains unsubstantiated.
It is substantiated from my knowledge and public knowledge.
From your knowledge and from your public knowledge. Let's look at page 342 of the governor's response, bundle of documents. It is the big blue book. Page 342, Honorable Senators and Mr. Speaker, sir. What is it that you find at page 342?
Is a certificate of marriage.
It's a certificate of marriage.
Yes.
Who are the parties to the marriage?
Nefat Kenywa and Winfred Kenya.
Repeat that again.
Nefat Kenywa and Winfred Kenya.
To the best of your knowledge, is that a monogamous or a polygamous marriage?
Sorry?
Is that a monogamous or a polygamous marriage? To the best of your understanding.
It's
monogamous is one wife, polygamous many wives.
It's a monogamous marriage.
Monogamous marriage. Are you aware or are you alleging that Nefat is divorced?
I've not alleged so.
You have not alleged so. So in the wake of that marriage certificate, which is a government confirmation, and your public domain and rumors on social media, do you still want to stand by your position that Nefat is married to Miriam?
They are both valid.
They're both valid. Between the two, which one do you want the Senate to take? Evidentiary, material, and your rumors?
No rumors, but I'll leave that to the discretion of the senators, honorable senators.
Mr. Mawira, I want to put it to you that you lied to have the governor impeached by purporting that Nefat is married to one of her sisters. What do you say?
It's not true.
It's not true. Let us go to Edwin Mutuma Murangeri. You again allege that this gentleman, Edwin Mutuma, is related to the governor. How
Yes.
are they related?
He's a nephew to the spouse of the governor.
Nephew to the spouse of the governor. And the spouse to the governor is one Murega Baichu, correct?
Yes.
When you talk of a nephew, you then purport that Edwin Mutuma is a son to either Murega Baichu's sister or brother. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
Who is the mother to Edwin Mutuma Murangeri?
I cannot confirm the name.
Who is the father to Edwin Mutuma Murangeri?
I cannot still not confirm the name, but I know them physically.
You know them physically?
Yes.
How is this Senate supposed to know their relationship if you cannot even tell the brother or the sister who is the parent to Edwin Mutuma? Is there a way of telling from your evidence?
Of course I can tell.
Of course you can.
Because I know them physically, that is.
You know them physically. Did you produce any evidence at the county assembly to support your allegation, even mentioning by name alone, the parents to Edwin Mutuma who are siblings to the first gentleman?
No, I didn't.
You did not. So again, that allegation was false and unsubstantiated. You would agree with me?
No.
You would not agree with me? Have you looked at the affidavit filed by Edwin Mutuma Murangeri, appearing at page 81 of the governor's bundle of documents? That it is appearing at page 81, honorable members, of the governor's bundle of document, response rather, sorry. Yes, 81, page 81 of the governor's response.
Senator Boni, approach the chair, please. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. At page 81 of the governor's response, that is not the one. The smaller blue booklet.
It's the one.
Whose affidavit is there, appearing at page 81?
Affidavit of Edwin Mutuma Murangeri.
Mutuma Murangeri confirms that he is not related by blood or by any other familial relationship with the first gentleman. Is that what is averred in that affidavit?
In which paragraph?
The paragraph 3 specifically. Can you read for us paragraph 3 of that affidavit?
That I hereby deponent that I have no familiar ties with Her Excellency Honorable Governor Kawira Mwangaza, neither am I a nephew and or related in any other manner with the Governor's husband, Murega Baichu, as alleged in the impeachment motion.
Have you filed a counter affidavit to dispute what appears on oath by one Edwin Mutuma?
No.
You have not. Do you know when Edwin Mutuma was employed by the county assembly, by the county government of Meru?
From your response, I saw he was employed in 2017.
2017. Was Honorable Kawira the governor in 2017?
Of course not.
Of course not. So the governor could not have influenced the employment of this gentleman.
The allegation is not in regards to the employment of Edwin as an auditor, but as the acting CEO of MYS and the Chief Officer Finance.
But you called him a relative to the governor?
Yes.
Let us go back to Nefat Kenywa. When was Nefat Kenywa, who we've confirmed is not the husband to Miriam, employed by the county government of Meru? When was he employed?
Get me to the relevant page.
To ease your work, look at page 343 of the governor's bundle of documents. When was Nefat employed as per that letter of employment?
340.
343 of the governor's exhibit of documents?
4th May 2016.
4th May 2016?
Yes.
Was Nabukawira the governor then?
No.
Could she have caused the employment of Nefat Kenywa so that she can benefit from a relative?
The allegation is not still written to the employment as a pharmaceutical technologist, but as the acting director external linkages.
We will get to that. But could the governor have employed him in 2016?
No.
You have caused a lot of motions and distortion on the governor's sisters. One, Rose Guantai. Is Rose Guantai an employee of Meru County government, to the best of your knowledge?
No, but she has been seconded to the office of the governor.
Is she an employee of the county government? Does she draw any salary or remuneration from the county government?
No.
She does not.
But she draws some benefits.
Are you aware that Rose has been the governor